So who spends the most time as leader in this run?
Fang.
Fang.
Fang. We lead Fang for more fights than we don't lead her for.
That counts running too?
Well, I mean, probably it would still be Fang, but I don't. Can't say I've collected data on that. I did count like how many fights we lead each character for, and it was more than 50% were Fang.
Yeah, I was gonna say that sounds like
I
something
guess
you might collect data on.
Light gets a lot. Light gets a lot of running in like the any percent portions, I guess. But
That's kind of what I was thinking, and she's doing a lot now. So.
Yeah. So why is it actually that we? I mean, this might just be because I don't know, but is there a particular reason that we've put in Vanille for this section rather than Snow?
You know, I have thought about that, and I think we probably should use Snow. Because, like, I think the original rationale for Vanille was, like, debuffs. She has, like, poison for Juggernaut and stuff, but, like, I don't know if it matters enough. Well, I don't know, because, like, Vanille is, I don't know. Yeah, Snow's probably better.
That's kind of the answer I expected, honestly.
Yeah. Like, I have definitely questioned that, but this is just one of those sections that I've been putting off, actually, like, optimizing, just because.
Yeah, I understand.
Because, like, it works well enough. These fights are short anyway. It's like, I don't worry about it too much. But yeah, eventually that would be a good thing to look into more.
So this is the only Juggernaut fight we cannot preemptive because it comes straight out of a cutscene. It is a pretty fast fight though. It is pretty cool too.
Yeah, the good news is we don't have to 5-star it. Although we got poison, so we probably will 5-star it.
Sad news is that we don't do Scent Buffered Cold Blood.
True. Yo, Sin Buffered Army of One though? Wait, Light doesn't have Army of One yet.
I mean, dang.
You know, maybe it'd be more worth it to buff Vanille instead of Light. Because Adrenaline. I don't know.
I mean, it's such a fast fight anyway, most of the time.
Yeah, well, if you get poison, it is. If you don't, it can go over a minute. Yeah, it would. I mean, if we bring in Snow, that would no longer be Powerpuff Girls. Although we do still use this team for Versi, so I don't think anybody is disputing that.
No. We do need poison for Versi. No question about it.
So yeah, the game makes you fight a Juggernaut there, and then it's guarding a mission stone where the mission is another Juggernaut.
That is actually easier.
Yeah. The mission version is easier because you can preempt it.
I could call the split, we gotta win this. That's true, Sia. I didn't consider that.
More bomb cores.
Damn. I just sell those. I just sell those anyway. We don't use bomb cores in any more upgrades. I mean, we could maybe, but I don't want to. That would be too much math to do on the spot.
So yeah, after we grab this mission stone, this is the last time we go into Mahabharata. There's nothing else we have to do here, so we just leave and never come back.
Yep, thank God. I hate Mahabharata. The dodges are terrible. Also, it's just kind of dark. It kind of bumps me out. Yeah, no, like, lightning Fang Vanille is a really good team. It's just usually Fang Lightning Snow is going to be better. Or in the case of the first couple of turtle loops, Fang Snow Vanille. But even then, we would rather use Lightning. It's just not safe because we still need Vanille's medic at this development.
It's only faster to kill them if they actually catch you.
Yeah, no, it's not faster to just run into them. Usually. I don't know, if they like really troll you maybe, but especially going backwards, that dodge is pretty free, so. Yeah, so this next fight, getting the preempt can be kind of slow, but the 5-star is kind of sketchy with it. Not really, because like I just got a 5-star by 8 seconds on that one, but without poison it would have been a lot closer.
Yeah, and again, you don't want to risk not 5-starring things in this category.
Yeah, this one would be especially bad, because you gotta go back and do all those dodges again. Plus like 4 more loading screens, so yeah.
Wait, does 5-starring the first Juggernaut count for the mission one?
No.
Or no? Okay,
No,
just making sure.
no, that's not a mission.
Just making sure, because it sounded almost like that's what you were saying, but I was confused.
No. I was just saying, because Pharaoh said like the preempt was required, but like it's not required, it's just...
Oh, I get it now, okay.
The 5-star is not really guaranteed without it. So, that's really...
Yeah.
I mean,
This
to
is
be
the
fair,
reason why
like...
the preempt is kind of slow.
Yeah. One time I tried luring it to the other side of the battle zone, but I did not realize how fucking massive this battle zone was. It's the same as the battle zone for the Ampus Bana, I think, so...
Yeah, it's the enemy he's replacing, so... yeah, Shma, Lucy Paragon is 5-star all the missions. And most of those 5-stars are pretty free, but...
Yeah, like there are very few we actually have to worry about at all. And like this one's free with the preempt, it's only potentially scary without. Why are you ruining lane yourself? Where am I going? Alright, so that's it for the Powerpuff Girls. Now we're gonna head back and do the second turtle loop. So this one we're...
Hope we...
Oh, go ahead.
Hope we get more than 1 ingot.
Yeah. We're gonna use Vanille again for this one, but this will be the last one. The loops after this, we're gonna bring in Lightning, because she'll have the HP to actually survive. And Lightning is better than Vanille for those fights for a few reasons. One is that she has haste, so she can haste herself, so Fang doesn't have to haste her. Another reason is she doesn't need sprint shoes, so that frees up a slot for a Genji glove. Also, instead of discretion, which is a commando and 2 medics, we can use diversity with Lightning. Because at this point, Snow's medic is enough to keep up on its own. And by using diversity, it means that we can have Lightning stagger the second leg as we're high winding the first one, as opposed to with Vanille, where we have to basically stagger the second leg before we can go over in high wind, because after we go to discretion, then there are no Ravagers to stagger.
I'm sure you guys have already mentioned, but just to reiterate, so you guys are talking about shifting into Snow just because, even though he's not particularly remarkable in any paradigm, he is just fast.
Oh, you mean for this last segment?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just he would probably outdamage Vanille and outchain. Like, the only advantage of Vanille would be just an actual, not terrible Saboteur, but Lightning and Fang honestly can hold down the fort. with the debuffs, I think. So
It's probably one of Snow's most remarkable qualities is he casts spells by swinging his arms, and that animation is faster
what am I doing?
than a lot of other characters. So he just
The
goes really quick.
animation is hella fast.
Yeah, it's like redonkulous. Why am I dumb? Don't answer that. Whoops.
Yeah, Kaya definitely would have reset this.
Yeah.
So hopefully this second loop will be a little bit better on the drops.
Yeah. First one was kind of brutal.
How many loops do we have to do?
Well, it depends
It
on your drops.
depends.
Like, really, like anything less than 5 is probably getting into pretty sketchy territory for CP for Versi and Xiaolongs. So, I pretty much always do at least 5, and then usually 6. But like in my PB, I just stopped at 5 because my gil was so ridiculously good. So like, if you need to, you can skip the last loop. But 4 is probably getting into pretty sketchy territory for HP with Versi and Xiaolongs. But it hasn't really been tested, so you know, maybe it is okay. But
And, you know, if we're really unlucky, we'll do like 10 loops.
yeah,
Yeah.
because
It is a
yeah,
marathon, so
'cause this is the best source of gil that we have remaining in the run. And once we complete missions 56 through 62, these guys are actually gone forever. So,
Yeah.
well, I mean, we can
The
still do mission
poison-
63, and there's like one adamant tortoise that hangs out, or maybe it's a toise, but yeah, we can no longer do these loops once we've completed those missions because 3 of the 5 are gone.
Yeah, and so it's a little bit complicated, the grinding that's remaining at this point, because basically we've got 3 separate enemies, which are all turtles of some description, that we want to farm for different stuff, but they partially overlap. So when you switch between them is a little bit like, kind of have to kind of figure it out depending on probability and what the run's like.
Yeah, like you can never know for sure when the actual optimal time to go to these is. I mean, unless you're just way over on gil, then obviously it's just right after Versi.
Yeah. Because, again, like, these are the best remaining source for gil, so we're gonna farm these for a while. Also because, again, they combo nicely with going to some of these missions. But once that's done, it's like, well, do we farm these more for the optimal gil, or do we go straight to the Quees for the other drops that they give, which will still also drop some gil drops.
Yeah.
Because we don't want to like already have all our gil by the time we go to Quees, because then we're just gonna have too much gil.
Yeah.
These guys can drop traps and weakness too, right?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
5.5%.
yeah.
So if you're lucky, you get all 3 from these guys, and you only have to fight with 1 Longui. But if you're unlucky, you have to get all 3 from Longuis, and that can, yeah, that can get out of hand real quick.
Whether you get traps early from these can also be another factor in your decision making, because if you don't get any trap drops from these, you're probably going to be fighting a few Longuis, so then you're also more likely to get ingot drops from those.
Yeah.
So then you might again be more persuaded to switch to Guis earlier.
Yeah, like the gil you can expect from the Gui farming is going to be a lot greater if you're anticipating fighting a lot of Longuis, because they give better gil per CP than Xiaolongs, if that makes sense. So like, if you end up getting a lot of the CP that you have left from Longuis, you're gonna get more gil automatically in the process than you would if it was all Xiaolongs.
Sounds like a system of linear equations to me.
Yep. That's what I was
Yeah,
gonna say.
basically for Treasure Hunter, let me put it this way. Until the end of the run, there are 4 separate resources that we need to grind for. Gil and CP, and then there's Streptohedrons, which you need 3 of, and Dark Matters, which you need 5 of. Dark Matters are only dropped by Shaolan, so the only one that we need to worry about for now is Hedrons, CP, and Gil.
Yep.
Yeah, Dark Matters and Trapezohedrons can both be bought, but they are way
Yeah.
too expensive to
Like-
do so.
Justify, yeah.
It's just impossible to. Oh, shit, I need to haste heal as well. It's just impossible to like justify actually buying them. Like, I mean, unless you just get that unlucky and just have hella ingots with no trapezohedrons.
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah,
in
I
my,
was about to say if you're
Yeah.
raised to. Although to be fair, there is the trapezo triplication strat, which
Yeah,
does
that's
not
what I
actually
meant.
require you to spend 2 million on them, which is their retail price, and should never ever be bought for that.
That's what you think. That's I think casual.
I mean, that's fine. I more meant like from a speedrunning perspective, I guess. Casual, you can do whatever you want. All right, so that's 1 for 8.
This is rough so far.
Yeah.
Very rough. Again, it's you expect to get like it's like 35% ish for a ingot
We're
drop from any of
expected
these.
to get a drop for every 3 fights, and
I mean,
that's not
yeah,
happening.
really more than a little more than that, because
All of these farms are low percentages, so it's like a pretty high variance
yeah,
farming method.
also long fights, so
It is the really, really long Thon after all.
true.
Oh, we crossed the 100-hour mark.
We did a while ago, and then the timer was stuck for a minute. Is
Oh,
Okay, that's cool, I guess. Good job, Fang.
yeah. So High Wind is a bit weird, where it actually does multiple hits, but depending on the positioning of Bang and of the enemy, sometimes not all the hits
my
that you
dead.
kill them do.
Wait, that just completely missed. That high wind didn't get a single hit.
What?
It's not the first time I've seen that. Pretty
Oh.
rare though.
probably because at the same time.
I thought I was gonna get scorched.
Yeah, High Wind hitboxes are actually extremely jank.
Yup. Should I rehaste the Fang? I don't know. I don't care. I do what I want.
True. I do what I want. Do you have problem?
It's
Wise
easy to
word
use with
from
this.
Quina.
Yeah.
Luckily, if we've already 5-starred a mission, it doesn't matter what we do on retries.
Yes. I mean, it's pretty hard to fail the 5-star. Ingot puck. Yeah, like the target time is 11 minutes, so yeah. Or, yeah.
Is Sovereign Priest similarly jank? I have no idea.
It is less jank because it's only 2 hits instead of 4, and I'm pretty sure that it pretty consistently gets both hits, but I could be wrong because nobody uses it, because why would they?
Yeah.
Yeah, it had actually been like years before, like even after I started speedrunning this game, before I actually saw what Sovereign Fist looked like.
Yeah, it looks
Yeah.
ridiculous.
My response to that question was going to be nobody knows because nobody's used it.
Yeah. EG used it for his solo snow orphan fight. which was the
Yeah.
slowest of all the solo character orphan fights. By like a lot.
What a sweetheart.
So is there like a lore explanation for why the turtles fall down when you summon?
Asking for it.
I mean, it's just a specific mechanic for turtles that when you summon it automatically does like 1,000,000 damage to
Yeah,
the legs.
but,
for
he,
some
but,
reason.
but he didn't say a mechanical explanation.
Oh, yeah.
He said a lore explanation.
Probably not.
Not
They're
that I
in
know
awe
of.
by the power. Or rather, hold on. The summons are gigantic, right? And the turtles are not used to something being the same size as they are. So they just kind of like collapse through fear.
There's like a bunch of other turtles standing around where they are, though.
Yeah.
But that's like another turtle, so it's fine, right? It's not like this other thing that they don't know what it is.
Can I high wind from this? I'm gonna do it. Nope.
Pretty greedy.
There's a small thing that Serena's doing here, which is wait for Snow to start dazing to use your attacks.
It's not that small. It's pretty significant.
Yeah.
You may notice
It's not dead yet.
The
How much
negative-
HP does it have?
the negative statuses are coming in and out. There's 4 of them, but then the 5th one is dazed, and so whenever that one's present, you get double damage.
That
And,
fight is such a debate because you'll see a drop and it's Chip Fang.
Yep. But yeah, the thing with Daze, so I mentioned this earlier, but it's been a few hours. So the thing with Daze is, so when an enemy is dazed and you deal damage to it, generally it removes the daze status and does double damage. But the thing is that Daze has a minimum duration. So if Daze is inflicted and then immediately after that you deal damage, it won't get rid of the Daze effect. And so that's kind of what we take advantage of and why we want to wait until Snow starts spamming Daze to do High Wind, because if we just go for High Wind on a dazed turtle, but Snow isn't actively casting it, then Daze is only going to apply to the first hit of High Wind. And so you lose a lot of damage that way.
Oh, hey, we have Stay Hydrated bot in this chat, too.
Real? I don't see it.
God damn it,
It's
Vanilla.
called Zitariah for some reason.
Oh.
Meow.
Don't get predictable.
Yeah, so I haven't really explained why after I kill the second leg, I'm always doing this string of attacks. The reason for that is that as the turtle collapses, it has a hitbox on that. And by jumping up to do the attacks, we can dodge it, usually. And we want to do that because if the turtle hits us falling down, it can interrupt us, but more importantly, it could knock us out of green HP. Which means we lose adrenaline, which means we deal, I guess, 16% less damage.
That getting hit by him falling is not at all consistent, but can make it
Yeah.
a little bit less likely to happen.
Well, if you're in the air when it falls, then you will never get hit. But sometimes,
It takes them more or less time to fall.
yeah, exactly. Sometimes it just collapses instantly after you kill the second leg, and you just have no chance to get up. But then sometimes they take a few seconds. Yeah, so that was one
Another
ingot.
1 ingot loop.
Wow.
Yeah, so we have a pretty pog strat coming up. I came up with this strat. Took me a long time to find a good strat for this fight, but I'm pretty happy with it now. We're going to be bringing in lightning and We're gonna lead her for this next fight because Infire is pretty good. The downside is it means we can't get Bravery on Faithra, but regular Bravery and Faith will suffice. And Infire is more important.
The difference from nothing to bravery is larger than bravery to faith fractionally, or bravery to bravera fractionally, right? Because it's like 30% each time.
It's 40, but yeah, so like Bravera divided by Bravery is less than Bravery divided by nothing.
Nothing.
In case anyone's wondering why all the FF13 runners are math majors.
Yeah, it's pretty self-explanatory. Gold
Except
Nugget,
for
by the way.
me, who's a vet for some reason.
Gold Nugget dig.
I studied biochemistry, so
Well, you see, you spend on a plat run, you spend 17 hours killing animals, so I guess it's just a way to take out your frustration.
It's true.
Fortisol then? What? What about Fortisol? Oh no. I mean that wouldn't give us Braver and Faithra. So we have a blessed talisman on Light, so she's just gonna have Faith anyway, but we cast Bravery on Fang and Infire on both of them.
Yeah, this was another mission that gave me a lot of trouble with the lower stats because the strat that this mission did before actually used 2 quakes to kill off the frogs, but I don't remember the character that led the fight, but it didn't have enough magic to. Oh, it was Light.
Yeah.
But yeah, it didn't have enough magic to actually kill the frogs with the 2 quakes, so we had to come up with something different. We actually thought about not doing the mission until later, but Zirnitra gives so much CP. It's actually important for Lightning to have it before the third toys loop. So yeah, it's actually really good that Serena found a good strat for it.
Yeah, the strat that I have now is like pretty good. Gets pretty consistent times. There is a little variance, so it can still suck, but
One important skill Serena just showed off for FF13 runners is the cycle of buttons you press to sell stuff in the menu, where you have to like do X up, X down.
yeah,
X.
very important.
Yeah.
So we used to level the Razor Carbine to max. I kind of figured out there's no reason to do that because the difference between level 58 and max is very minimal, and it is a lot of gil, not to mention extra menu inputs for no benefit really. Same with the Midnight Sun on Snow. We used to level that to max, but then I realized just throwing 3 Ultra Compacts at it to get it to level 58 is like all you really need.
Does maxing the Genji Glove do anything?
Well, it means when you dismantle it, you get a trapezohedron, but it doesn't affect the accessory itself. It's like Doctor's Code in that regard.
This is like always a question in FF13 routing, is like, where do you draw the line between the advantage of getting more stats versus investing more time in upgrading the weapon?
Yeah.
There's a few of those that have changed in any percent recently where it's like,
Wait,
okay, you're going to waste a little bit more experience if you do it this way, but it takes the menu make like 5 seconds less, so.
So yeah, assuming I haven't screwed up, we should be able to get Light's Haste here.
You have Tireless.
Yeah, I know. That's for
Oh, okay.
59.
Oh, okay.
Thanks for looking out though.
Look, she's tired, okay? It's been 12 hours.
True. Okay, so
Well, all the more reason to have a tireless paradigm. Then.
That's what I'm saying.
Lamau, XD. Yeah, so Lightning is now at 13,895, which is just enough to survive 2 Toy Stomps with like 100 HP, so she's gonna be set to... Wait, did I already... Yeah, I did, okay. So yeah, we've hit all the like important Crystarium benchmarks for Lightning and Snow, so now we're just gonna be syncing everything into primaries for stats. And we'll just kind of get other like secondary stuff that we need as we need it. Like Lightning's gonna need poison for Versi, so we'll just get that before Versi. Snow's gonna need slow for double racks, so we're just gonna get that before double racks, and so on.
Yeah, and in the meantime, we'll just keep working on the stuff Vanille needs for Longweeds, but it's gonna take a long time for us to actually get there, so we are in no rush at all to get where it needs to be.
Yeah, Vanille needs a lot of shit for Longwy, which is why, like, it sucks because it would be nice if we could do Longwees before Xiaolongs so that we could know exactly how many Xiaolongs we need to fight without switching back and forth multiple times. But it's just not realistic because by the time we get to Gui's, Vanille is not nearly where she needs to be to fight them. Like, stat-wise, she's okay, because you really don't even need that much HP for Longwees, but she needs a lot of abilities very late in all 3 of her secondaries, so...
You don't actually need extremely strong gear for Bart 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice. Like,
Yeah.
it definitely helps. Because, like,
Last time.
yeah, because, like, Part 2 is a pretty good
Part 2
example of
sucks.
pretty good example of the offense is the best defense.
Yeah.
It's like Part 2 is gonna bullshit you eventually. All you can do to stop it is kill him before you can. So, like, yeah, you definitely don't need strong gear, but it is pretty nice.
God, this is so much CP that you're just spending. It's insane.
This is just the tip of the iceberg, bud.
Oh yeah, on Xiaolongs, it's just gonna be a whole lot more.
It's like we're gonna have this much CP like every 10 minutes instead of like every hour.
The good thing about this now instead of during the Blood Farm is that these nodes cost a lot, so you don't spend as much time on Crystarium as you did on Blood Farming.
What am I looking for? Yeah, so for Lightning, we're gonna give her the setup that she's gonna need for Turtles. So that's gonna be, we're gonna give her a Blessed Talisman just like Snow, which is going to get her to stick to spells in her Ravager. We're gonna give her the Growth Egg and Genji Glove because she's gonna be breaking damage cap quite a bit. And then a guy in ring for
this
defense.
strat is actually very different. Then you will have to send me the strat for this.
I
because-
did DM it to you, but it was oops.
No, you DM'd me the strat, but not the paradigms. I had no idea you
Oh,
used
okay.
this.
Time for another approach.
Oh no, Snow's been stopped. In
Oh
days.
no.
Icon has debuff. Why?
Keep the enemy off balance.
Yeah, basically we're just gonna go to Tireless, and Fang's gonna clean up these frogs pretty quick with Fire and Bravery, and Light's gonna get some good damage in on Zernitra, but Fang's gonna come in and do the rest. Because Fang is obscenely jacked. Yeah, like hitting for 200,000. No biggie. So yeah, you can
Thank
you
you.
can get fairly consistent sub 50 times on that fight. It's pretty pog, or with that strat. Well, actually, sometimes if if Zernitra targets lightning at the start, sometimes you can have a bad fight because you might get dazed or you might lose your faith or something. I mean,
So
NCU.
it's just 30. Okay.
I don't agree that NCU is fun, but NCU and EU is especially not fun.
I kind of like the idea behind the modded version that Niji did.
Oh yeah, no, that's cool. Like the abilities only Crystarium, like that's pretty neat.
Yeah.
But just straight up no Crystarium development, it's like, ugh, just sounds like a chore. I don't know. Like, I mean, I'm not judging, you know, if that's what you're into, I don't care. But yeah, not my thing. Yeah, so for the turtles, we're going to be using the same setup, the same paradigms as before, except we are replacing God, what is recuperation? We're replacing recuperation with rapid
No.
growth.
Oh yeah.
So basically, we're going to have Light as a synergist at the start, whereas we had Vanille as a medic. The reason being that Light has haste, while Vanille doesn't. So Light's going to be able to haste herself at the start of the fight. Then we're also going to have diversity instead of discretion, which is Commando Medic Ravager instead of Commando Medic Medic. And that is going to allow us to... Basically, we can shift to our Commando paradigm before both legs are staggered, because what we're going to do is we're going to have Lightning finish staggering the second leg as we start our High Wind on the first leg, and that's actually like kind of one of the big... kind of like one of the reasons that Lightning saves time on these fights. Yeah, also, she just does better damage because Genji Glove and faster casting. And she's just a better Ravager because better casting speed. Oh, that was anti-ring. I'm already at 15. It's really good.
Nice.
Should have no problem getting the 20 unless I get really unlucky. So one thing about these, Lightning does have the HP to survive 2 stomps, but the thing is, Snow's medic is kind of dumb, and he has a really bad habit
No,
of...
it's just dumb.
Yeah, true. He has a really bad habit of healing the wrong people, and when we're kind of like cutting it really close with the HP thresholds right now, we kind of got to play it safe. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to do a renew before I high wind the legs. On both of the Toises. On the Tortoises we're okay because they don't do as much damage, but on the Toises it can be really scary if you don't do that renew, and we have the TP for it, so I kind of just figured, like, why not? Yeah. In response to what Roosta said, I would say that casting speed is basically all that matters for Ravagers. I mean, also, like, I guess what abilities you have, but, like, at high development,
Yeah.
every character has, like, raw spells.
That's what I was thinking. Is like early on, you know, whether you have the strikes or the spells might matter.
Yeah,
but
exactly. Yeah, so we're going to diversity. Oh, well, I guess it was already staggered. Oh, whoops, I didn't renew. That's fine. I'll just renew after. Yeah. Because, like, Snow's going to heal himself here, even though Lightning's at 400 HP. Oh, did y'all see what just happened? Oh, I guess I was targeting the toys.
You were targeting the toys.
Yeah. I was like, for a second I thought she just got pushed that far back. I was like, no way. Okay, well I got squished there, but managed to keep Adrenaline because of the renew. Oh, another nice thing about Lightning for these is that we do not have to haste her after Toys collapses, which we had to do with Vanille. Because she starts with sprint shoes, Vanille does, and those wear off a minute into the fight, so if we want her to stay hasted, we have to manually haste her. Whereas Lightning just hastes herself, so that lasts longer than the sprint shoes would. Yeah, we're still gonna Faithra Light, so she can do like hella damage with her ruins. And unlike Vanille, she has room for a Genji Glove in her accessory setup, so yo, Trapezahedron.
Dog.
nice, that's really good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of getting shit on with Gil, so that's not good, but yeah. Every Trapezahedron drop is pretty big.
Again, the Trapezahedrons are used to make the ultimate weapons. We're never going to actually use the ultimate weapons to fight
We
anything.
might.
Oh,
We might.
yeah, I go ahead and upgrade. I don't know if it's even
Oh, you're
worth
going
doing
to
an
do it now.
extra.
Cool.
Yeah, like
Yeah, there are two Hedrons that are worth to use. One of them is on Snow Soul Blazer because 6 ATB means 6 dazes, so that's
yeah,
really
and
good.
and his Ravager and Medic get hella buffed with that too. And
The
also,
second,
go ahead.
the second Hedron can be used on the Venus Gospel to make a Kane's Lance. It's just to help Fang
It's-
Q her attacks better with snow. It's not
Yeah,
a huge
and it helps.
increase, but you only lose 2 attack to
Yeah.
upgrade the Venus Gospel, so it's just
Yeah,
straight
and
upgrade.
Soul Blazer actually is, unlike most tier 2s, it actually goes up in magic when you
Yeah,
catalyze
that was
it.
my confusion. I thought they all go down.
No, not all of them. And Fang Venus Gospel does go down, but it's by 9 strength and 9 magic, so it's like, yeah, trivial. Like 9 strength on a like 2500 strength character.
Yeah.
We can probably
We're not,
spare.
we're, not, we're not going to further upgrade the ultimate weapons at all because it's hella expensive and we
Yeah.
don't need to. But we need to make
Yeah.
one ultimate weapon for each character.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Snow's stats don't even matter with the Soul Blazer. All that matters is that he sticks to spells during the leg phase.
Right.
Because like we don't even have him, like we don't even have Snow Commando in our deck for these fights. Well, we do for, I guess we do for Long Guise when he has the Soul Blazer, but like Lightning and Snow combined are doing like a quarter of the damage that Vanille is, or like less. So we're not too worried about that. No adrenaline, sadness. Yeah,
Like
greedy.
that
No.
camera angle was really weird because it looked like Fang
Yeah.
was been replaced with this like floating ball.
Yeah, no,
the
it goes inside
eyeball.
the turtles' heads a lot. It's kind of funny. Yeah, so these are pretty bad ingot drops. Gonna be real. Kind of looking like we're on pace to need some extra loops at the end, but drops could always pick up at any moment.
The trapezohedrons are like the last thing you need, so you could really get screwed by not having those. So at least getting that one is something.
Well, yeah, it basically, the more we get from choices, the fewer Longuis that we have to fight, which every Longui loses, like, I estimated it as like 75 seconds, I think, just because the fight itself is 4 minutes, but then it saves roughly like 245 on average off of Xiaolong farming, because of CP. But yeah, still, every single extra Longui you have to fight is like 75 seconds lost or so, and every trapezohedron is gonna take almost 4 Longuis on average, so that can add up really fast.
Is there any use of the last Genji glove? I don't think so. I think it's only really used to the
Yeah, we never have 3 Genji gloves equipped.
Yeah, we only get the third one very late from one of the last missions we do.
Yeah, and like, there's really not even that many fights where we really rely on, like,
Damage
all
from
3
3 party
people,
members. Yeah.
Like, we do use Cerberus sometimes, but usually that's in a case where, like, there's just nothing better we can do with one of the party members. It's like against Longuis, like we have Snow and Lightning and Permacom after they stagger, but like, that's just because they would be completely useless in any other role. It's like, we're not really relying that heavily on their damage.
And you do want the roll bonus for having 3
Oh yeah, that
bombs.
too. That's true. Because yeah, I don't think she hits 6/9s without that. Not as consistently, surely.
Do you ever need days to reach
No,
6/9?
no, because
No.
Longui's immune to days anyway.
Okay.
But yeah, even without it, we hit 6/9s pretty consistently after stagger. Sometimes you get like a really low damage roll and it's like low 900,000, but that's pretty rare.
Horror.
Yeah, I know.
Only low 900,000.
I know, right? It's awful.
So yeah, the next loop is Charms. I might use the chance to go and have dinner, and then I'll be here to talk about Percy.
Okay, yeah, that's cool.
No, I'm gonna wait until this loop ends, and then I'll go.
I gotta say, Snow do be looking pretty cool with the Save the Queen, though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for real.
the Queen looks amazing.
Can,
And Kane's Lance
Can's
is
Lance
pretty
is
good
pretty
too.
cool, and it makes a like ridiculous sound. Sounds
Yeah,
like it's just
ripping
ripping.
through these guys.
Yeah,
apart.
exactly. That's exactly how I was gonna describe it.
Just too easy.
Still 2 total ingots in the whole run. Yeah,
This
it's
is
not
very
good.
sad.
Not great, Bob.
Yeah.
Two out of
on my
15 so far. That's horrendous.
Yeah.
In my practice file, I had to do extra loops because my ingot drops were really short, but I got 6 Streptohedrons.
Yeah, that sounds like a Lude's PB. I think he got pretty bad ingots, but like 6 trapezos.
Oh, yeah, this is Tajin's first, and then it's Charms, and then it's Percy.
Yes.
Like, you could swap the order in which you do this, and it literally would not matter.
Yeah, not really.
Charms are just very trivial. And so is Mithridates for that matter. Yes, Radon, after we do mission 61, we go and grab Percy.
Yeah.
And then we don't come back to Radon. Oh wait, we do.
For treasure, yeah. Don't get predictable, she says after we do the same strat for 20 fights.
So short-term memory loss.
Yeah.
For some reason, you know the Flintstones song?
Yeah.
Like, turtles, kill the turtles.
You say so.
You know, that melody also sounds like the
That was so bad.
Dasha's
left.
theme.
That's what I'm
Alright,
talking
sounds good,
about.
Roosta. Thanks for hanging out. Feel free to ingot. Yay! So we've gotten 1 per loop for the first 3 loops. Very good. Very nice. Definitely ideal.
Hey, marathon luck, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Uh,
Turtles, kill the turtles. You won't ever get an ingot. Ever get an ingot. No ingot time for you.
Yeah, so we're gonna use we're gonna put magic damage on Fang for next fight because wait, yeah, I want basically because physical damage isn't really great for this next enemy. He's a flyboy, and they are pretty dodgy with physical attacks, so
Is it not worth to put the connoisseur and the collector catalog on?
if I'm fighting turtles, yeah, but I'm
We aren't going to fight turtles.
yeah. So the only reason I even put Connoisseur on is because I'm fighting Mithridates, and that increases the chance of getting a Tiara, which is 40,000 gil. Which it's really not that big of a deal, but I don't know. There's not really anything better to give Snow. Like I could give him like a level 1 Sork, I guess, but that's not that much. So this is another annoying mission that is like very obnoxiously far from the nearest waystone for no reason.
And the fight itself is also obnoxious.
Yeah. It's not too bad. It's just it's dumb because we want
On
light.
my first attempt, I got interrupted so often that Stagger actually ran
You
out on
know,
one of them.
why don't we put a tiara on lightning actually? Because that's kind of the frustration with this fight is that she gets interrupted when in sundering. But
Do it. Live routing.
So yeah, Ferret. So you said you have problems with stagger running out or chain. You can actually use 2 quakes on this fight instead of 1. You'll still have TP to Libra Mithridates, so with 2 quakes you should be able to keep chain reliably. Yeah, I just don't know if doing a menu now to give light the tiara would be worth it. I think if I just did it in the normal equip, it'd probably be, but especially because I'm gonna have to change it back after this fight anyway. I mean, a tiara is also nice for Mithridates because it vigilance lets you stun lock him with spells. But you kind of need all 3 characters to have it to really like effectively stun lock, and it's like it's really doesn't even matter. Like like you're not gonna be in danger. Like the only thing is Levin Bolt does interrupt you, but that's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, we are going to do 60, and after 60 we just go and kill
Yeah.
Mithridates. These 2 missions tie very well together.
Yeah, especially because we want magic spec for both, so we can put magic accessories on Fang and just keep it for both fights. And of course, Light and Snow are already magic spec, so that works out.
8 hours ago or so, we fought a Gel Titan. Now we're fighting 3 of them.
Yeah, they're not terribly scary. They're just annoying because they interrupt you with their slaps.
He slaps up.
Basically, we're just going to get Phaethra and haste on ideally the whole party, but sometimes, Phaethra and Thunder on the whole party, which sometimes it takes forever because interruptions, but so it's not even worth it sometimes. Okay, so we got it there. I'd just go ahead and do an extra quake, just in case chain is gonna run out on one. Alright, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, so we talked about this a bit earlier. Feng is really known as a physical attacker, but she can still be pretty deadly with magic because the Venus Gospel is actually a balanced stats weapon. It gives 390 strength and 390 magic. Now her raw strength stat is still a lot greater than her raw magic stat, so we still prefer that if we can. But in fights where physical damage really doesn't cut it, like Feng's still pretty powerful. And on top of that, she has Phaethra, which compensates for a lot of the magic stat, or a lot of the.
Oh yeah, and now watch this animation to trigger the elevator for Fang. It's really good.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Said a couple of hours ago that she was a princess in everything she does. Well,
Yep. I don't know, that looks pretty princessy to me. Then again, my idea of princess may be a little skewed. Yeah, so Mithridates is immune to all debuffs, which is kind of annoying, but he is weak to elements, so we're going to get in fire from lightning, and then we're going to do a couple rounds in Try Disaster and then go to Serb. We're not going to bother staggering just because it's not worth it. Like, he dies fast enough without staggering that, like...
Also, much like with the Adimu in Mission 5, we can cancel its opening miasma move, which would debuff us.
Yeah, that's actually why we put the tiara on Snow.
I really wish we could do that with Batuitas as well.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. Miasma is really obnoxious.
We're so powerful that we
54.
don't bother staggering.
Yeah, for real. Like, and you can stagger and it really doesn't make a big difference, but in my testing it is like a couple seconds slower on average. Alright, so we're going to have all of Fang's primaries maxed out at this point, so she's pretty deadly. And we'll go ahead and get to work on her secondaries. Is that everything? Yeah, okay. Does that make Vanille her little magic sidekick? Wait, what was that in response to? You mean how, like what I was saying about Fang being a primarily physical character?
That or the princess thing.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, so now that we have everything that we need for Lightning and Snow, we can actually just fill in the rest of the Crusaderians without really worrying too much about it. And we need to start watching out more for Vanille.
Yep. So basically, Vanille is going to be pretty straightforward from here on out. We're just putting everything into her commando until she gets roll level 5. We're going to get her provoke before Versi, so we can use Tortoise to tank Wicked Whirl. And after that, we're just going to be putting everything in Synergist until we get to Phaethra. Then once we have Phaethra, then we just have to gun it for Reprieve in Sentinel. And once she has all that, she is set to fight Longuise. But yeah, it's gonna be a little while. She has to go very, very deep into secondary rolls, which requires...
All of them?
Yeah, which requires a lot of CP. Power Glove... Collector... And yeah, so now, well, I guess Fang still technically has slightly higher HP than Snow, but this is a pretty convenient point to switch the Siltstone from Fang to Snow, which we are going to eventually want for some of the later loops, just because, well, I don't know, it doesn't really matter because they can both survive hits with the Siltstone, but once we get to Xiaolongs, we're going to want the Siltstone on Snow specifically. Also, I'm going to take a bathroom break on this next teleport.
Sounds good.
Sounds like a plan.
I thought so.
So yeah, now it's just time for Toys Loop number 4.
Yep. So if anyone's wondering, I'm 31 minutes and 41 seconds behind my PB, so PB is fairly
it's not
dead,
looking
but
like it's not looking like it's gonna be.
Well, especially with the Guild
Yeah.
being what it is right now.
so I would say sub 17 is pretty unlikely too, unless the drops pick up, but should still be on comfy sub 18 pace. That is actually a good question, Grudon. I definitely, that had definitely occurred to me at some point, then I never timed it. But yeah, I think it probably is actually, now that you say it.
It depends. There's an Infuse Vein dodge you need to do that
That's
will
true.
force you to use a Decept.
I believe it's faster, even with the Amphisbana Decept. At least
Yeah.
that's what I was doing in all missions. Supposedly,
Yeah,
if you're
like,
going
you
straight
know,
to Mercy
Yeah,
from here, this is faster,
I
but-
timed both of them. Like, I think going to the Oerba Stone is slightly faster if you do the Infuse Vein Decept. But it doesn't really matter because the menuing you need to do between B3 dates and Versi is just a little bit less than the one you need to do before. So it's preference. It doesn't really matter in all missions if you do 27 to 64 or 62 or to 64. I personally do 27 to 62, but for plots, if it's strictly a movement thing, then probably going to the Waystone Intelligence will be faster. Because it also skips two loading screens.
No, it's not a controller disconnected, it's a
No,
toilet
she's
break.
just a toilet break.
Unfortunately, there's just no real places you can take a break at this point
Yeah,
that
there
are
is
long
no
enough.
downtime in this run.
So you
In
just
any
take
of the
something.
categories,
aren't
there's
really-
very little downtime.
Yeah, like there aren't any fights, so you can just put the controller down.
You just do it during a teleport or an elevator somewhere so that you lose as little time as you can, but yeah.
I actually managed to lose no time on my first bathroom break because,
Right, because that was
It
during
wasn't a very long
Criterion.
criteria.
yeah. Yeah, there aren't many Crystarium sequences quite that long where you can just hold X. Especially because, like, once you get into the later stages, 900,000 CP does not go into nearly as many nodes.
Yeah.
Yeah, 13, this is a very engaging run. I mean, like, if you don't mind the grinding, it's just like you're constantly doing stuff, and like there aren't that many like really like easy, consistent fights at this point in the run. Like most fights, you kind of got to react to some stuff, with some exceptions.
Groudon, the party swap trick does not work on console, or at least it's much more inconsistent.
We don't do that. Except if you run PS3, then we do.
Hopefully it will be lower than 19 hours effects, but yes, it is in a single setting.
Yeah. Yeah, like going over 19 hours is very, very unlikely. Like, technically, there's no limit to how bad my RNG can be, so I can't guarantee anything, but I'd have to get really screwed over on drops to go over 19.
Alright, I will be back in like half an hour or so.
Alright, sounds good.
Sounds good.
So yeah, these turtle fights are gonna get progressively a little bit faster each time because we're getting more stats. Like I'll just get it. Oh, I don't know. This probably isn't worth it.
Yeah, so far we've been pretty good on digs, at least.
Yeah. I'm just always paranoid they're just gonna completely dry up at the last minute, but I think we only need 2 more at this point, so probably don't
Yeah,
really
I
need to be
think
that
so.
aggressive. But
But, I mean, also with the fact that they can be decent gil drops and with the gil being bad.
yeah. I have gotten a couple gold nugget digs, so that's definitely gonna help, but yeah. Not gonna quite cut it on its own. No, for the love of God, heal yourself. Okay, well, the guy's dead. And now I'm dead. Okay.
So much for these fights getting easier.
Yeah, right. Yeah, unfortunately, there is no limit to the depths of snow medic stupidity. Like, that situation is exactly what we try to avoid in the 3rd loop by throwing those renews, but we can't afford those in this loop, so it's like, eh.
Change of plans. Follow my
There's no such thing as an ugly chocobo. You take that back. Chocobos are cute. All deserve to be snuggled and loved.
No fucking way.
Wow, how much HP does that leg have left?
Not a lot.
This is nothing. Change of plans.
No problem.
Halo 3 beam rifle. It's been way too long since I heard that. If I can't say. Moogles do be pretty cute and cuddly, though. Yeah, so this is
So I
almost
got-
like. Oh, go ahead.
No. So yours is actually relevant to the run, so.
Oh, only kind of. This is almost like comically terrible drop luck at this point. Yeah, it's pretty bad. I end up doing a lot of extra loops at this rate.
So I got they had like a solar powered bobblehead Moogle thing. That it's like cute. It's like a Moogle like pretending to play the trumpet, right? And it's solar powered, but it broke after like a month.
Oof.
Yeah, which was unfortunate.
Don't want to lose, do ya?
It's worst. That's the worst when you get like hit even when you're in midair. Then you fucking get knocked down.
It is interesting how you're falling down, you get hit, and your reaction is to go up a bit more before falling down again.
Yep, makes perfect sense. Ingot. Well, that's the ingot for this loop. Guess I'm not getting any more drops.
Right.
Change of plans. Eat this.
Lightning, stop starting strings with thunder. Like literally any other spell would be great.
Follow my lead.
Gift. Yeah, but this game doesn't have float. So how do you explain that?
So this is the loop that has the charms on it, yeah?
Has the what?
The charms?
Yes.
Up this one? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's a couple of elemental charms. We picked some of those up back in chapter 11 when we were near Kazaric. And then there's like 3 of them that are in this one area like kind of along the wall on the, I guess it's eastern side of the step.
What a sweetheart.
And those are unique. We can only get them from those chests, so we have to kind of just go along and grab all those chests.
Yeah, there are some that can be gotten from multiple chests, but those ones are all... Actually, I don't know if any of those 3 can be gotten elsewhere. I feel like no.
Earth, wind, and water? I wanna
Yeah.
say?
Or no, earth, wind, and lightning.
Earth, wind, and lightning.
Because I know ice and water have 2 chests, but I think the rest only have 1.
Oh, wait, the water is the one in Ambo, isn't it?
Yeah, and there's also one in Solia. Guarded by the shit fights.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, don't do those.
Yeah. I mean, granted, 5 Sahagins is also kind of shit, but
Easy.
by the time we fight it, it's, yeah. Wow. Ingot! Curse is broken. That means I'm gonna get an ingot on every fight.
That's exactly how this works.
Even the non-turtle fights.
Wouldn't that be bad?
Yes. I mean, yeah. Well, it would mean I don't get any dark matters or trapezohedrons, so yeah.
Yeah.
Although if I'm getting an ingot from literally every fight in the game, no matter what, I could probably find a quick way to farm enough ingots to just buy it. Well, I don't know. It'd still take forever. That's a lot.
According to Gamer Corner, who is still not sponsoring me, yes, those are all unique and only in these chests.
Okay, yeah. It's just ice and water that have multiple, I think. I think fire is unique as well. Once upon a time, I could list every chest in the game off the top of my head.
Right.
Because reasons. So yeah, these fights are kind of dumb. This guy in particular is obnoxious because, you know, big turtle boy. It's also annoying because it's not really worth setting up new paradigms for these fights, but like it'd be really nice if we had like a devastation with like lightning sab. We could get like deprotect. But instead we just have devastation with Snow's shit sab.
Yeah. But yeah, you know, these fights, they don't really matter that much, and we don't even need to 5-star them,
Yeah.
So.
Wait, I always get paranoid about the charms chests. I like literally seconds after I open them, I like second guess if I open them. This turtle is kind of a pain in the ass right now. Walking the opposite direction. Yeah, that's a good point. You could do that.
Don't want to lose, do you?
Well, if we had any.
Yeah, true. Facts.
Don't get predictable.
So fun thing about the legs is that so Fang has an ability called Life Siphon, which when she kills an enemy it refills 1 bar of ATB. Funny thing is that sometimes Fang does not get credit for the kill with High Wind because the way that High Wind and other full ATB abilities work is that the enemy can't actually die until the move is fully concluded. So what this means is if Fang does High Wind, which does bring it to 0 HP, but then Lightning does a Ravager spell before before the animation completely ends, then Lightning will actually get credit for the kill, and Fang will not get the ATB from. Damn it! I was really thinking he was gonna phase sooner. Fine. It's also why you never see the camera zoom in on Fang at the end of these fights, because like inevitably Snow is the one getting credit for it because no. Classic. Oh, charms, yeah, right. Yep. Best kill ever. I agree. Alright, chat. Blueberry, strawberry, or mixed berry?
Blueberry.
Alright. Didn't I ask chat? Oh well, I'm already opening the blueberry one.
There.
Thanks. What am I doing? Well, I didn't include raspberry this time because I already had one, and I want to mix it up. I had a raspberry and a strawberry already. Or no, I didn't have a strawberry. I had a raspberry and apple cinnamon.
Right.
Just because,
despite
yeah,
the
despite
log.
Yep. Like, how do you like not think apple cinnamon is delicious? I don't understand. So this is a fun fight. Probably gonna get 3 stars on it, maybe 2. Okay, is that for real? Because I remember hearing a long time ago that bananas are berries, but I don't understand that. Like, what is the definition of a berry? What am I doing? How did I not get Faith for online? So, whatever, it's not even worth it now.
Yeah, we have not got an efficient setup for these fights at all, so it's just like...
Yeah, I
whatever,
mean,
just kill them.
at this dev, getting a 5-star in this fight would be like near impossible without a preempt, I think.
Hmm.
Everything's possible if you believe and also hack.
Okay, well I don't believe, so.
So that's all the charms. Well, nearly all of them.
Yeah, we
One
still need
will be-
water at the end.
Yeah, that's literally the last chest we'll pick up in the run.
Yep. Was that Ravager's seal? Yep. Oh. Oh, I saw the game line. Yep, there it is.
what's next?
Loop, then Bercy. Then, in theory, one more loop and then Rax, but yeah, probably doing some extras.
So we're pretty close to being done with missions. There's only a few left at
Yeah.
this point.
There's 61, 64, 62, 54, 16, I think. Did I miss any?
Yeah.
That's it.
I hope not. I think that's all of them. Yeah.
Yep.
So five more missions.
Yep.
With a few of the hardest ones left, and a few not so hard ones. Again, one important fact to take into consideration is that once we do all the missions from that one circle, so once we finish 61 and 62, the tortoises are going to disappear
Forever.
and be replaced with tougher enemies.
Which give less gil per minute, so we can count on getting some gil from them, but we have to kind of pick a safe threshold to be at by the end of or before we get rid of the choices, because if we end up having to spend a lot of time farming gil on Guise, it's gonna lose a ton of time. It's just rough because we can't know how much gil we're actually gonna get while farming Guise, but we just kind of have to go by what a reasonable average would be.
Yeah, and I mean, over farming toises isn't as bad because usually you're gonna end up needing CP at the end extra anyway.
Yeah.
So extra toys farming will cut into that a bit, at least.
Yeah, so I estimated a toys loop is effectively 10 minutes 40-ish seconds, because the loop itself is 16 minutes, but then it cuts about 5 minutes of Xiaolong farming. In theory, of course, there's always the chance that we end up having to fight just as many Xiaolongs for Dark Matters and we go way over on CP, but if that's what's gonna happen, there's nothing we can do about it. That's just bad luck at that point.
Yes, this is the loop before Versi. If people are confused by our terminology, Versi is Vercingetorix, aka Mission 64, the hardest mission.
Do you do poison strats on that one, or
I mean,
not?
To a degree.
We do cast poison, but that is a pretty large chunk of our damage, but no, we don't poison stall.
Okay.
Sometimes I summon and gestalt to poison stall, but I try to avoid that. It's really only when I have reason to think it's gonna let me skip an entire impenetrable aura, or ideally two. Or if I'm right at the end of a phase threshold, but I'm not gonna quite get there, then sometimes it's worth it to stall for that as well. But I don't know. Stuff like that's just hard to evaluate in terms of efficiency, or in terms of how good it is on average. Also, Blueberry was a good choice. I can't summon on this one yet. I've only gotten to summon on one choice loop for the first one.
The big thing is Titan, which is a Falsi. Farah did a rather good explanation of the lore implications of that one a couple hours ago.
And no, we can't fight it.
Yeah. And we would probably get owned.
How long do the rod spells last? Again?
Do the what?
Like Faith or Brave?
That's a good question. We have to rebuff them once these fights. And obviously it depends on like synergist control level and your chain. But I don't know. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure. Like a minute maybe? Like a minute would make sense, I think.
I think it's.
I mean, it's in the GMG if someone wants to look it up.
It says length 30 seconds.
Okay, well maybe
That's
because
slow.
well, what's like
Right.
the synergist roll multiplier though? Because
I'm surprised because it says for regular bravery it's 150, so it's actually only a fifth of it. Wow.
that doesn't seem right.
I guess the sin bonus does affect it then.
Yeah, and like Boon, I guess, but still, that doesn't seem right. Because like,
I'm just saying what the GMG says.
because like we only cast it twice, and Fang has it for the whole fight. Like,
Synergist at what? Let's see, what level would her synergist be?
2 or 1 actually.
That would be
Or no.
plus 20,
Yeah, no 1 is correct.
plus 20%, so that wouldn't be much more.
Yeah.
36 seconds. I mean, Lude says that that's accurate. Oh, it's also 1 second per 100 magic.
Oh, that's right. I totally forgot about that. That is important.
And Fang has, like, how much magic right now?
I don't know.
Maybe
So
like-
it probably ends up being like 45 seconds or so.
yeah. I thought they would only last like half as long, but apparently it's only a fifth as long, at least before bonuses are applied. That's interesting.
Yeah, I don't know.
And yeah, ally chain gauge will also affect
Right,
it.
that's another factor.
Yeah.
I don't know, I guess I've never really looked at buff duration, because it's never really been that, like,
Yeah, it's not
relevant
super
to the
relevant.
topic usually. Like, almost always the answer to how long do the buffs last is long enough
Yeah.
for speedruns.
See, it's just like, yeah, I don't know. It's like the fight is a minute 30 and we only cast it twice and it lasts the whole fight. And like, we would just be at 100% chain for both of those casts. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah, but 30, yeah, no, it sounds about right. It's
Yeah.
30 seconds plus like another 12 seconds or something from the magic thing, and then plus 20%. So that sounds about right.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah, that makes sense.
For those of you who don't know, so just as the enemies have a chain gauge, you also have a chain gauge, all of your ally characters. It doesn't affect, I don't think it affects damage,
No.
but it does affect buffs.
It affects
And
buff
percent-
duration and healing as well.
yeah.
But yeah, it doesn't affect enemy damage, and obviously you can't stagger.
It's not something that comes up very often,
Yeah,
because the only ways to increase the chain are by buffing or by healing.
yeah, like we really don't ever like strategize around the ally chain gauge.
Yeah, because you'd have to do a lot in order to get to any meaningful numbers for it.
Yeah. I guess I got 2 last loops. I'm just gonna get 0 this loop.
So, at which point are you going to check for what your gil is? Just after
The-
Versi?
Yeah, and there's another shot before the loop after Versi,
Alright.
which could theoretically be consolidated with the one before Versi, but the thing is that we need to buy a total of 138 superconductors between those, which like it would probably be better just to buy some Earth conductors instead, but I haven't really messed with that.
What a sweetheart. You're asking for it.
So we can't go back to Eden Hall.
Do everything?
Well, we
We
can.
can. Yeah, there's no reason to. There's nothing we want there.
Oh, I thought it was actually locked out.
No.
Oh, huh.
We
That's
can't.
one of the portals in
Yeah. We can't
in
go.
where it goes there.
We can't go back to like the early parts of chapter 12, but we can go back to. Like, I'm pretty sure we can go back as far as like the VHNT dodge, or like Adam Anklet even, or like Behemoth King probably. Now that I think about it. Oh wait. I did not realize Curse was not inflicted still.
Does that make a big difference?
Well, yeah, because then Snow doesn't.
Oh,
cast Ace.
okay, right. Because then he doesn't just day spam. Oh, it's annoying.
I'm confused how it took that long for Curse, though.
Just too easy.
Like, I wasn't even paying attention at that point, because I was like, there's no way that I don't have it yet. But I was wrong.
Man, these ingot drops have been just
Yeah.
worse.
Yeah. Pretty brutal.
First, it was gonna be the marathon run.
Yeah.
Because we're still sitting on something like 5 total ingot drops, I think.
Yeah.
Out of, at this point, 25.
Yeah.
So 20% for something that's like supposed to be like 35.
Yeah. Pretty rough. That's okay though. World record's already dead anyway. I feel pretty confident that I'm still on sub 19 base, so.
I should hope so.
But that assumes that the drops become less shit at some point, which does not seem guaranteed by a long shot.
This is the real deal. Make this easy.
Oh.
I mean, it's just keeping us on schedule because the estimate's too high.
Yeah. True though.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we have those equipped.
Yeah. Ingot.
Yay.
Pog champ. I'm pogged out of my gourd. Was that how you said it?
Wait, what?
Yes.
That's a Zwanzigism. At least
It's
that's
not
where...
even a meism.
Yeah,
It's-
it's just
some other
where-
people I know say that.
Oh. Well, I heard it from Zwanzig, therefore it's a Zwanzigism.
Sure. I normally never say that.
So,
It's the one time I've ever said that.
so like, probably my favorite fight in the run's coming up. It's pretty neat. Hope Pharaoh's back. She was really wanting to commentate this one.
She said she. What was the timestamp? That she said she was gonna be back out.
There's a bit left. There's
Yeah.
all the
Oh.
running through Erba.
Hey, that was a ribbon. Yeah, I mean, she
All
has
right.
time. Just
Okay, so that is the 20th dig.
Yeah.
So
I do not
That is
need any
the-
more digs. I may, if they're convenient, I may go for some just because I need gil. Which, even though they're unlikely to be good gil, I may just want to take the risk at this point.
Okay, so chat is not scrolling back far enough.
Okay, I'm
she-
back.
she-
And I
she said at
should
the beginning of
stay
the
here
loop
until
that
the
she
end
would
of
be
the
here.
run or until I fall asleep.
Oh, there she is.
Hello.
Hello. Drops have been better?
No.
Not
not
really.
really.
Aww.
There was one loop with 2.
Yeah, every other loop has been one.
No more Hedrons either.
Nope.
Feels bad, man.
But gonna get a pretty instant preempt here, so that makes up for it.
Does it though?
Yep.
Think positive. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait.
Yeah, this is mission 61, just another Juggernaut, nothing too fancy.
I like that we use Aqua's right here.
Yeah, and I combo for the last one. Pretty juicy. I don't know, that strat can probably be improved. I don't know. Like, it's just not worth setting up new paradigms for it, so it's kind of awkward doing it with the Toises paradigm deck, but
Accelerator though.
yeah, true. 10,000 gil.
So you haven't talked about the Vercingetorix fight.
Not
at all,
really,
have you?
no.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can, like, there's no rush. There's gonna be a big movement section before we
Yeah,
get
we
there.
can kind of preface it though. There's a lot going on in this fight coming up.
I guess we could just kind of talk about how Versi works in
Yeah.
general.
Yeah, okay. If you want to do it on Zig, or I can do it.
Sure, I'll talk about how the fight works in general, and then you guys can explain what we do in this category to deal with it. So, Versi is the last mission, and I guess either the strongest or the second strongest enemy in the game, depending on your personal
you
preference,
ask?
I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty powerful. It's got over 15 million HP.
Which is second highest in the game behind Longby.
Yeah. And it's got 4 different phases, and it transforms into a new phase at certain HP barriers. And it's a fight where the pacing of the fight is very much determined by your opponent, because it will go between offensive mode and its impenetrable aura phase, where it just sits there, heals itself a little bit,
Just another
and
battle.
gives itself a couple of buffs.
And cannot be damaged except with
I-
full ATB
yeah.
abilities, but those would
Yeah,
be
so you-
worthless.
Basically can't do much of anything. Like, it's also kind of meant as a chance for you to, like,
Yeah.
get heals and buffs back. Because
dodge.
while it's attacking, it's going to be unleashing
Wow.
absolute hell on you, especially during the later phases. Got, some regular attacks, a wind shear, which is pretty powerful AoE. It can
The
debuff
physicals
you.
interrupt you all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Wind Shear doesn't interrupt you. Oh, jeez. But most, like his physicals will, unless you have Vigilance. Putrescence will interrupt you even with Vigilance.
That's debuff.
Alright, so the phases are indicated by the pairs of wings he currently has. So he
Yeah.
starts with 1 pair, so that's phase 1. when he goes into Impenetrable Aura and gains a second pair, that's when you know you transition into phase 2 and so on and so forth. So that's important in plot for you to, in any category actually, for you to keep in mind in which phase you are in, because that will also determine how many attacks you have before he goes into Aura. So in phase 1 he's going to do 6 attacks and then go into Aura. In phase 2 he will do 8 attacks. In phase
9.
3, 12. Oh, 9.
Yeah.
Yeah. In phase 3 he will do 12 attacks, and in phase 4 I think
It's 15.
16. It's 15.
Yeah,
so
it's
always
just
in increments of 3.
yeah.
So in phase 2 he will also gain Putrescence. In phase 3 he will gain Wicked Whirl, and in phase 4 he can do Wicked Whirl twice, which is very nice.
Yep, very kind.
Because Wicked Whirl is its strongest attack. It's
Yeah.
really, really nasty.
Yeah, we go to a Tortoise, which is 3 Sentinel or triple Sentinel paradigm to tank that attack, but even then it's pretty pretty devastating and interrupts us, which is obnoxious.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's like the general gist of the fight. So this fight's going to revolve very heavily on debuffs, which is why we're going to be using Fang Lightning and Vanille, because that's our like top debuff squad. So Poison's going to be huge in this fight. The reason being that Poison, so we haven't really talked about Poison. Poison is very interesting in that it deals, as long as it's inflicted, it just deals 1% of the enemy's max HP in damage every 3 seconds. And that's just a constant. It doesn't depend on chain, it doesn't depend on anything. It's just a constant 1% every 3 seconds. So naturally,
that's quite a bit.
Yeah, so naturally on enemies with really high HP, that's like very, very deadly.
Quick maths, that's like, what, like 300,000
Like,
a second on Versity?
No, it's like, let's see, 15 million, 1% would be 150,000, so it's like 50,000 a second.
Oh yeah, 50,000, right.
Yeah. But that's like,
I don't know.
that's a ton. For
Yeah, that's...
And that's just
That's
damage, that's just constant damage that we get as soon as we inflict it, and like, but no, we don't have to do anything else, that's just constant damage. Slow is also going to be very important on this fight, even though slow is typically more of a defensive debuff. In this fight, it actually serves a more offensive purpose because, as Pharaoh mentioned, Bercy has a set number of attacks before he goes into Impenetrable Aura. So if we can like inflict slow early on in the attack chain, then that means that the window to deal damage to him before he goes into Impenetrable Aura is substantially like longer. On top of that, we're gonna want D-Shell because we're gonna be using exclusively magic damage. Sometimes Lightning and Vanille are dumb and do physicals, but this Versi tends to dodge physicals, so we just stick to the.
Usually magic is just better against flying enemies in general, because flying enemies do tend to move around a lot, and Versi is no exception to that rule.
Yeah.
Also to note, whenever it goes into Impenetrable Aura, it instantly heals all of its debuffs, so you'll lose your poison right away.
And also gives itself buffs depending on what phase. It's 1 buff in phase 1, 2 in phase 2, and so on.
So for the first 2 phases, since he's only going to, especially in the first phase, he's only going to do 6 attacks. It's really a very small window for you to damage him.
But we
actually came up with a hybrid solution for this problem, coming from all missions, where we cannot fight Versi normally. We have to poison install the entire fight.
In all missions, we're too weak to deal with Versi normally, so we just have to survive.
We'd have to survive and poison stall as much as possible. The best character for you to do that is Vanille. We could technically do that for this fight, but it's just not very good, because leading Vanille means you lose haste. And also she doesn't do nearly as much damage as Fang, and you want Fang to be spamming ruins and slow the entire fight, so it's just better to lead Fang. So we do actually only use the poison stall for phase, especially for phase 1. It's huge if you get it for phase 1 and just never have to see it again, because you don't have enough damage to get enough damage, and you can be stuck on phase 1 for 2 or 3 auras before you finally go into phase 2. So if you can just use a summon and just stall for poison damage throughout phase 1, it's very, very good.
Yeah, the ideal fight would be to just do every phase in one cycle effectively, because it will always go into impenetrable aura as soon as it phase shifts. Those can't be avoided, but
Theoretically, you could Gestalt
Well,
through an
yeah.
entire phase, but yeah, that's not
True.
usually very practical.
or if you're Lude in that one challenge thing, he entirely skips phase 4 just by like doing damage really fast during one of its attacks. But
Oh.
like that's like very, very niche,
Yeah.
like specific things. But
Yeah, so I am getting wrecked on Gil. Like, this is so bad. Like, look, 1.1 million, and I'm still gonna have to spend more in the shop after Versi, so... Yeah, it's pretty bad. We're probably gonna be fighting Toises for a while.
Stay focused.
So we're gonna go ahead and do Crystarium first here, because we still haven't unlocked Vanille's Sentinel, and we're gonna need that when we set up Paradigms. So yeah, I'm probably not gonna be able to talk much during the fight, because I'm gonna be trying to count attacks and keep track of things, so...
Yeah, we are going to try and...
So yeah, Zwanzig and
explain what's going on.
Pharaoh can hold down the fort on commentary, I think.
Yeah, it is a very execution-heavy fight, and it is a fight where you need to pay attention to everything that's happening. You need to counterattack, see if poison sticks, see if you actually can summon, or you just have to go into Cerberus and try again on the next phase. So on.
It's very reaction-based, because there is... It's like mostly the good kind of RNG in that, like... I mean, it can be pretty bullshit still, but it's like... It's the kind of RNG that like really forces you to react to stuff like constantly.
Did you get poison for lightning?
Yikes. No, I didn't.
We need to rely on Vanille then?
Yeah, it's okay. I've forgotten that so many times in practice, and it's fine. It's just a little more annoying.
okay.
Yeah, it'll be fine though. It's like, it's not gonna make the fight like unwinnable or something.
Yeah, the fight is still winnable, which is more annoying.
Like, Vanille's usually the one inflicting it anyway, but yeah.
We have the first requirement for Longweez, which is con level 5 for Vanille. Now we're gonna work on Phaethra.
Yep.
Thank you, Heron.
Oh, awesome. Glad to hear it.
And I keep thinking, man, Saz's HP is so low, but
yeah,
because he still has Magnums equipped.
Yep.
Yeah, we only unequipped Magnums for Treasure Hunter. It's not really worth it to unequip it.
Well, yeah, we're not using him for a single fight from here on out.
Not getting poison for lightning isn't a big deal now.
Yeah,
I mean, will be for. I mean, we are going to have it anyway for the second fight against Orphan 1, but
oh yeah, we do need
really,
it for that.
really need poison for that fight.
Yeah.
Oh, that one can be unwinnable without it.
Well, at least with the strat we do.
Yeah, with the strat we do.
Like, we could
I
definitely
mean-
come up with a poisonless strat just fine, but it's
The
kind of
strat we
grody.
do is just way too swag.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it kind of sucks for this fight. Like, I've made that mistake way too many times. I just need to, like, remember or remind myself going into that menu. Okay, so we're gonna stack magic damage on Fang. We're gonna give everyone a maxed Witch's Bracelet, which is like 25% magic resistance.
Mhm.
Then, let's see. So we actually are not going to equip the Growth Egg for this fight because Percy gives
0 CP.
0 CP, very reasonable. Shamans. I never know
The
what
mission reward for this fight is the Gold Watch, which lowers the target time or raises the target time you need, so it makes getting any 5 stars you got considerably easier. We are going to
Oh,
use
no, I
the
need,
Gold Watch for Gigantuar, but that's it.
like Genji Glove on Light and
Yes, Curtis, we are going reversey now. We're about to. We're just setting up for it.
Yep.
Nearly done.
yeah, so we're just gonna activate a Decept to get through these dodges. We're not gonna bother canceling it because this is the last time we need a Deceptisol for the entire run.
Really?
Yeah, just
Yep.
getting through this area is really annoying.
Yeah, there's a bunch of Vitalas. They're annoying to dodge. So,
They are very fast.
all right. Good luck.
Thanks.
Good luck, Serena.
Vanille, you really got to carry on the
got
poison.
Yeah.
She's got it, I believe.
So, an attack for Versi, every single one of his named attacks counts as an attack. Physicals are a little harder to determine what isn't going to be. A string of physicals where he just assumes a neutral position is usually considered to be a single attack for the purpose of the run. Why did Lightning jump there?
So we
Because
didn't
she
manage
was-
to.
Yeah.
No poison on the first.
Didn't manage to get poison early, so she just decided to go to Cerberus and try to
Yeah.
get a few hits in there.
It's like, we're not really going to be able to do much of anything there.
Yeah,
gotta-
but we're not buffed up yet. So now that Versi's in Impenetrable Aura, we're buffing up, and we'll be able to do a bit better on the second cycle. Now that we have
Hopefully.
haste and faith run stuff.
And I try to get slow
Okay.
going as soon as possible.
Yeah, slow.
I'm
Is,
stalling.
you're
Oh, there's
basically
a poison.
okay.
That's
Nice.
very nice. So we are just going to chill here in Cerberus for a bit until Versi does his sixth attack, and then we are going to go into Gestalt, and we are going to do something that is very funny.
Yeah. So this is kind of just a miniature version of the all mission strat.
Yeah. While you're sat in Gestalt, Versi cannot do anything, including go into Impenetrable Aura. So we can easily push into the damage range for it to go into its next phase. Because the first phase is just annoying to deal with because you get so little time between
Yeah.
Impenetrable Auras, and you have to re-inflict poison every time. So you
Yeah.
just want to get that out of the way.
And this
The
also
camera
gets
is,
us
like,
pretty.
freaking out.
This also gets us pretty deep into the second phase threshold, which significantly increases the chance that we can one cycle
cycle
phase
that
two.
one.
Phase.
So the thresholds for the phase changes are 90%, 60%, and 30%. So phase 1 is only a 10% chunk, but the other 3 are 30%.
Let's make this easy.
So
So as
Sometimes
you
you
can
gotta
see,
go
we
slow to go
gained a
fast.
new pair of wings. That means we are on second phase now.
but also, like, that camera was freaking out.
Yeah, it does that.
Yeah, because Aerial Loop puts Bahamut really high, but it's the slower animation, so we just spam that. And because Bahamut always tries to get higher, he never actually puts Versi other than the first phase, other than the first hit. So
Since
it's really funny.
Fang is the only one
wait,
of
what
these
am I-
characters that has slow, you basically always start off spamming that with her so that you get more time to do things. And then just try to get the other debuffs on to get Vanille to focus on getting poison on.
Yeah, I don't think I can. Yeah.
In this case,
just-
it didn't seem like poison was looking likely.
Yeah, it was. I was already 5 hits into the 9-hit cycle.
There you go.
I don't know. Maybe it would have been better to wait a second. He did a lot of physicals at the very start of that string, which is annoying because he goes through his 9 much faster that way because those are really fast attacks. What we want to see a lot
the
of
physicals
is
are very fast. We want to see Wind Shear and Putrescence.
Wind Shear
as
and
possible.
yeah. Putrescence is kind of annoying just because of the debuff or dispelling, but it's like still
That's
better.
a lot of fast debuffs. That
Yeah,
was all
not the
lightning.
one we need.
Come on,
Okay,
Vanille,
we're good.
I believe in you.
Yeah, to be fair, Vanille's kind of in an unfair position here. She's supposed to have a poison backup, but yeah, somebody is dumb and forgot to get poison on them. Okay, this is phase 3, easy.
Yeah, sure looks like that way. Oh, one thing to note, regardless of what verse he has on Q or how many attacks he has completed, once the threshold for shifting phases is reached, he will always go into Aura and grow a new pair of wings.
Easy. Thanks.
Phase 3 is when Versi gets seriously scary, because it's going to be, more attacks, and it adds
And
Wicked Whirl. And it will
But
always
it's
do
also
it
the
once.
place where you can actually, try... Oh, look, Wicked Whirl
Yeah.
first.
I
Very
actually kind of like it at the beginning because that way we at least get hit when we have a lot of HP.
And since we have a lot of these limited healing resources remaining, we have elixirs to spare, you are pretty liberal with throwing renews and elixirs in this fight, especially after Wicked Whirl.
Oh my god, poison!
Debuffs here are kind of annoying. Slow got on really late and still no poison.
Yeah, this is gonna be a 2-cycle phase 3 too. This is really irritating, but yeah, I guess this is what I get. Yeah, we're not gonna be able to.
Normally, Vanille and Lightning would both be spamming poison there, but with only one, it's significantly worse.
Yeah.
Normally, you also, by the time you get to phase 3, you hope to kind of get enough time to be able to get a stagger going on Versi,
Yeah.
but there's
Do
just
you
one
need a
time
fast
there.
poison to even consider getting staggered?
Yeah, and I got slow pretty late there as well.
Yeah. Alright, next attempt.
Okay. Oh, still no slow. Okay. Very cool.
I guess it's kind of fine. It sometimes doesn't even feel like slow does all that much.
Yeah, true.
Vanilla's...
I'm not
No.
gonna have time to stagger. I don't think. I should honestly, I don't know. This is annoying. Like, I'm just not getting the debuffs I need. Which is largely my fault, because I don't have poison. Wait, do I have time to... I should have... See, that's a spot where I should have Gestalt stalled, but I lost track of the attack, so I wasn't sure.
Here you go.
Yeah, so this is a pretty horrendous version. It usually goes a lot better than this.
Another early Wicked World. Yeah, thankfully we can funnel all of our remaining elixirs into this fight with no real repercussions.
Alright, now we're in business. This should be an easy phase 4.
Okay, finally, we're actually in a chain this time, get a stagger going, and at that point you can really do some serious damage.
Yeah.
Percy is one of the few enemies that you cannot interrupt anything with Stagger.
Yeah. Well, at least
But
as far
the-
as missions go, like as far as bosses go, that's not super. Like late game bosses, there's a lot like that in any percent. Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta watch my HP. I'm just down to 1 elixir.
Alright. Phase 4.
For
Now it
the
gets
one
really
that never
serious.
ends, or almost never.
Gonna do 15 attacks during this one, and can do Wicked World twice. Also starts out with even more buffs on it, so you have to kind of start by dispelling those, because otherwise you're gonna get wrecked pretty fast.
Okay, so we got all the debuffs. That's 6 attacks. We should be able to kill here.
Okay, that's a good start.
And if I
Probably
need
gonna
to,
get-
I can Gestalt stall to clutch it out, but I don't think I'm gonna need to.
Haven't seen the whirl yet.
Yeah,
Oh, there it is.
On stagger, that's not very nice.
yeah. It's okay though. I mean, we're gonna hit impenetrable before stagger ends anyway. Right, I'm pretty sure we're good.
Everybody's losing their buffs because he's spamming putrescence, but
That's
should
fine.
be all
Poison's
good.
doing so much of the damage at this point anyway. Yep, alright. What? 9 minutes, that's terrible.
that's slower than your typical all missions
Yeah.
fight. You
Yeah.
literally only use poison to damage it.
Yeah, so... I
But
mean,
you got a
I
gold
mean...
nugget.
I got what? A
Thought it
gold
was a
watch?
nugget. Oh, gold
No,
watch.
gold
right.
watch, not
Yeah.
nugget.
I mean, like,
I would've
yeah,
considered that.
a big part of that was
Oh,
I didn't get poison on lightning. I also just didn't play that very well. I was kind of like, I don't know. It's kind of getting to that time of the run. Just kind of
Yeah, that's
having a
fair.
hard time, like, focusing on some things.
Wait, you mean 14 hours is a long time to be doing a speed run?
Yeah, debatably. Alright, oh wait. Mixed berry or strawberry?
Luckily, that's still fast enough to get a 5-star.
Yeah.
Yeah, the target time for Versi is very
it's-
high.
And it can be kind of tight, honestly. I don't
Um,
know how tight. I don't know how close that was, but I remember it being like not 100% free.
So, strawberry or mixed berry? Mixed berry appears to be strawberry, blueberry, and raspberry. So all the flavors I have, other in their solo forms.
I can actually check what your score was on that because I'm curious.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never even had a.
I'm itching
It's-
to open my file and finish how long farming.
It's so rare that I even go over 9 or 8 minutes of like. I've never even like considered what the cutoff would be. That would have been pretty rough if. Wait.
Yeah, it would be a really bad one to not
Yeah.
5-star because you'd have to run all the way through Erba again to
Yep.
go grab the mission stone.
Yep, and do another 6 to 8 minute fight.
Yeah.
And
But just think of the workout that you're giving them by having them run everywhere.
yeah, and the other thing is that you don't even
Okay,
get
okay.
any CP for it.
It wasn't that close. It was 14,660.
Okay, yeah. So I was in the clear for sure. Genji, Gaian, he's still good.
Zeta, oh yeah, you do lose the elixirs.
Oh, that's true.
Oh, one.
You do
Yeah.
lose the elixirs.
So yeah, I would definitely be screwed if that. I mean, you could do that fight elixirless. It sucks,
At
but
that point, you just bust out the all mission strat. But wait, no, that
True.
wouldn't work. That needs.
No, you would-
that
you would
doesn't
just
work either.
you would just use more medic. Okay,
Yeah, I
Heroic,
guess.
Blessed, and what am I? Oh yeah, Gaian. Duh. Yeah, like we can keep up if we use more medic. Like a big part of the reason that fight gets scary is because we use very little medic. In fact, outside of recuperation, I try to never even use medic. Like we have thaumaturgy in our deck, but I basically never use it unless I'm completely out of elixirs and renews. All right, I'm going with mixed berry. Oh yeah, looks like that's what chat said. So
How many more missions are left?
just 62, 54, and 16. But
Sorry, I forgot Pixie too. I was thinking about the other two.
yeah, still multiple hours of Xiaolong farming and possibly multiple hours of Toys farming because I am like way under. I'm like a million short. It's bad.
Yeah. Serena's been very lucky with guild drops in pretty much all her runs up to this point, but this time it's really caught up to her.
I mean, I did have one run die to terrible drops, but yeah, for the most part, been pretty good. But yeah, still pretty well ahead of estimate, so.
Yeah. Shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, no, we just have an extra menu to prepare for Xiaolong farming, and then we are just going to do toys loops until we get the guild target, and after that we are going to start we are going to do mission 62, and that unlocks Xiaolongs, and that's what we are going to do until we max Crystarium.
And Dark Matter's Entropy's Hedrons. Well, Xiaolongs and Lockleys.
So, remind me, what is typically your guild target for cutting it?
1.97.
Let me do this menu and then I'll.
Seems good.
But a lot more than what I have, I can tell you that. I have to buy some pretty pricey components here too.
Pretty much the last shop and upgrade menu before the big one.
Yeah.
The big one.
Okay, I'm gonna be like right at 1 million here. So yeah, I usually prefer to go for like 2 million, but yeah, I don't know. And like,
I guess as long as you're still sat on one trap, you're likely to gonna have to do some squeeze anyway.
yeah,
so.
I don't see any scenario where I don't overflow on CP at this point. But you know, it is what it is. There's not much you can do. Yeah, darn. Well, that's okay. I mean, I know that's the category. It's just gonna happen sometime. So yeah, we're getting a couple of. Where's the?
So the battle standard for Snow is just a better physical weapon that is going to be important for Xiaolong farming, and
Or
not
no,
for Gui.
it's for double racks only.
Oh, it's not for double racks. Okay.
Yeah, which
I
it's
didn't remember
because
that.
stagger lock. We can't have stagger lock for that fight because Snow is the one who has to stagger for the strat to work. That being said, I have had double racks fights where I forgot to take off the Save the Queen, and it didn't really seem that different. So I'm kind of thinking it's probably not really necessary. Wait, is that everything? Yeah, okay.
I guess you have to make the battle standard eventually anyway, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you do have to make the battle standard, so. The Calamity Spear is the Marlboro one, except for Fang. It gives her improved debilitation, which increases the chances of her landing debuffs, and that is pivotal for Xiaolongs.
Hey, Pharaoh, can you do me well, no, actually.
What?
No, I was gonna ask you to check something in the notes, but it's not up to date anyway, so it wouldn't be helpful actually.
But I can maybe try to.
Well, okay, so you know how the more choices we do, like the less skill we expect.
No, you do have that. You say it's 60k for each loop.
Yeah, but then there's a point where I just say, but since you're gonna have to fight for 5 Dark Matters anyway, if your guild target goes over some amount, then just go anyway. But
that guild amount in your notes is 2.47 to 67, but I think I should second guild target anyway.
So
No, I meant in like the Google Doc. There's like some threshold where I think it's 2.3 million, so I may just go for like 2.4 million, because there's a point where even if that guild target keeps increasing because I'm fighting so many choices, it's like eventually there's a point where it's just not worth it anymore, because we're gonna have to farm for 5 target matters anyway, and we're gonna get some reasonable amount of gil from that, hopefully.
Are we ahead of PB? No.
No, very
PB
fine.
is long gone.
PB is
ahead of schedule to still make the estimate, sure.
Yeah. Like, I mean, we're kind of getting to a point where it might get scary hitting the estimate if drops don't pick up, but at this point I think we're... Oh, wow, okay. That was pretty greedy. I thought we could do more than that at that point, but I'm wrong.
I feel like with the amount of times you miss high wind kills, it's almost not worth using high wind.
No, I mean, it's worth it, I just need to be less greedy, because... Like,
Yeah.
Because like I could definitely save it for a point where it would still save time, but is like guaranteed to actually work.
Yeah.
Because yeah, that was like 50% HP, which I guess we can never really one-shot a Toys from 50%. Tortoise, yes, but Toyces, I
Yeah.
think it's got to be below like 40, even at like max dev, max stats.
So, to note, this loop is still kind of expected that you would usually have to do it.
Yeah.
But world
after
record
this-
is already done at this point with toys farming.
Yeah.
And if you have to do more than this, which this run will have to at this point,
Yeah.
like there's no
Even
question
if I
about
get,
that.
even if I get ingots on every fight from here on, I'll still need to. Would be nice to get ingots on every fight, though.
Yeah, it would certainly be welcome at this point.
Alright, I'm gonna go grab food.
Okay.
Be back in a bit.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're probably gonna have to farm turtles for a while.
Yeah. Unless
I mean, that's going to be most of the rest of the run, guys. It's going to be turtles. Varying turtles at some point, but it's mostly turtles. Going to be some different, stronger turtles eventually.
gonna be a lot more of these than we prefer to do. We really prefer to
Oh,
be
that's
moving on to
for
the greens
sure.
by now. But that's okay. It is what it is. Like
Sometimes there's just nothing you can do about it.
yeah, like I've certainly made some mistakes in this run, but like that's not in my control.
Just too easy.
Yep, continuing the extraordinarily drop RNG.
Damn. So we're at like, what is it now? 6 out of 28, I believe?
Something like that. I don't even want to think about it.
Don't get predictable.
Jeez. Good. Whatever.
Don't want to lose, do ya? Thanks.
Oh, that was close. I got double
Not
hit there.
that close. Not that close. It
Well,
extends
that's
stagger,
true,
right?
Yeah. Yeah, only like once she like jumps up in the air though. Like when she's running up, it doesn't. It's kind of like how Cold Blood doesn't extend until he actually starts shooting or around there.
Needing a couple extra high winds on this one because the toys lifted up the leg right as Fang was smashing down the high wind, which makes it not hit as much as it should.
Yeah.
Stub my toe when I wake up in the morning, call that staggering my left foreleg. How long do you estimate the run has left? Nobody knows!
Yeah,
Nobody
it's
knows.
like-
It's entirely dependent on drops.
Yeah, there's like no predicting. Like I still think the chances of going underestimate are pretty good, but like not guaranteed at this point. Like this is bad.
And again, no drops. Jeez.
Yeah. It's pretty bad.
Painful.
I no longer like turtles.
And if this continues on the Guiz, then yeah, it's gonna get pretty rough. Yeah, I think Lude's probably right about that. Like, I think there's a chance that we finish in the next 2 minutes.
Rain down hell!
That's a joke. Okay, yo, I forgot I have
What a
these
sweet
brown sugar cinnamon soft baked oatmeal squares. Pretty
Yeah,
delicious.
let's go.
Yeah. Yeah, and see, these are the fights where it's like, yeah, Infiltration's gonna be a little better than Assassination, because it would have taken so long to get in peril at that rate.
The more blinded by light we get. Sure, that is a win.
Chipped Fang and Monstrous Fang, is it my birthday?
Yeah, right?
This is about to be a no-drop loop.
Yep.
Which basically means all we have to show for it is the CP and the 60,000 from the gold nugget.
Yep.
Which is like kind of a drop in the ocean of what we need at this point. Again, every ingot drop is worth 150k, and we're still close to 1 million short.
Yeah, it's it's bad. It's like uncanny at this point.
Baby can beat so much Katsuhidra in it. If only. That only happens in practice runs.
Yup. So, for the record, a no-drop twice loop is roughly a 7.18% chance. Which, you know, one of those every once in a while isn't too unreasonable, but that combined with the number of one-drop loops, and the fact that the most in any loop was 2 drops.
I guess you got like a crappy Zehedron on one of them as well, but
Yeah,
still.
true. I can't believe Snow took that long to start casting.
Oh dear.
That's okay. We'll kill. Maybe.
I hope so.
Yeah, this is definitely some major marathon luck.
Jeez, how much HP is left? No, I don't think it's faster to retry. This is gonna feel pretty bad. Oh wait, no, I need to. I forgot about Quake. Yeah, we're retrying. That's annoying because, like, I don't know. That was kind of my fault because my brain was expecting the Snow to start dazing, like with 5 ATB timing, but with 6 ATB timing, I have to wait a bit. Okay, whatever. That's fine. I didn't want 4 spells in this string.
Remember when we were like, oh, this estimate is so hilariously high?
I mean, it was under, like, norm. Like, these are pretty extraordinary circumstances at this point.
They really are.
Yeah, like, this is, like, I've done a lot of practice plat runs, and this is, like, I have not seen it this bad ever, even in practice runs, let alone, like, actual runs. Yep. Zero drop loop.
Sick.
Hmm.
Yeah, so that's not great.
Nope. I don't know. I don't even think it's worth going for digs. The odds are too... I don't know. Maybe it is.
I feel like it's, like, not terrible odds. I mean,
Yeah.
you go all the way to Sulia for a gold
True.
nugget, basically, right? Like,
Yeah. But that one's guaranteed. The gold nugget digs.
sure,
pretty
that
much.
one's guaranteed.
But yeah. True.
I feel like at this point, desperate times.
Yeah.
So what's your top 3 favorite things about Adamantoises?
Nothing.
At this
There's
point,
nothing.
it's hard to justify.
I'm out of things to like about them.
At this point, it's just hate.
Their meat is delicious. Titan thinks so. Presumably.
I thought you meant Mr. Titan for a second. I was like, what?
I mean, can't prove that's not the case.
True.
Probably Curtis. What if they didn't drop Trapsuhedrons? Then we've probably just farmed Longweez.
I mean, yeah. No, I mean, for Gil, we'd still farm these guys because they're way better than Longweez. Yeah, I'll just go for digs, like at this point. Rotocrosite, Pog. 2,000 gil closer.
Let's go.
Chocobo tail feather, like 40 gil closer.
I almost feel bad for telling you to get these now.
No, it's okay. I mean, like, you have a point. Like, at this point, the time I'm losing by going for them is pretty minor compared to the time I'm gonna be losing just doing choices. So, like, I don't know.
Without drops.
Like, the chance of a good dig is low, but you know, is it worse than my odds going for these drops at this point?
Real deal. Follow my lead.
Which skill do we need still?
935,000 before spawning Xiaolongs. Then after that, we still need another 700,000.
I'm a poking with a stick. Bad idea.
We've actually managed to like somehow drop to like a drop rate of ingots under 20% so far.
Yep.
Like you'd think the longer you go, the more it would start to average out, but no, it's getting worse.
Yep. Which is pretty extraordinary considering just how bad it already was.
Don't want to lose, do ya?
Anybody here who remembered the Pichu grind from yesterday?
Oh, yeah. I didn't see
Yeah.
the whole thing, but I remember.
I don't know enough about that game to say whether this is better or worse, but Pokemon Pinball Runner had a hell of a time trying to find a Pichu.
Jeez. Ingot! Holy fucking shit. I
Fuck!
actually can't believe it.
They exist. Well, that's one. We need like 5 more of those.
Yeah.
Ish.
Yeah, that number theoretically goes up the more of these guys we fight, because that cuts into the Xiaolongs that we would fight.
But then again, at some point, you still need the
Yeah.
5 dark matters as well.
Like-
and
Yeah, I mean,
the math
I'll-
gets weird.
yeah, I'll probably just go to Xiaolongs at 2.3 regardless of how many of these guys I've fought. It's like over 5 dark matters, you'll and we're still gonna need 2 Trapeze Hebrons unless we get some lucky drops, which, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, this is starting to like look more like what old school plat runs look like.
Yeah. Yeah, like, we've significantly mitigated the RNG, but it's still there. Potentially still very, very bad.
I mean, to be fair, you've reintroduced some of it by cutting all those chests, right?
Yeah, but like, all those combined are like, maybe an
An
ingot or
ingot?
so.
Yeah.
So, like, those would not have made the difference here. I mean, they might have let me go on a little sooner.
Yeah.
Ingot, it's happening.
Oh
Let's
my
go.
god.
The RNG's stuck now.
Let's go.
Ingot train, let's go.
These are the times that I really, really want to believe in the RNG getting stuck. I can't really believe in it, but I really want to.
You know how in FF7 it has those Turtle Paradise posters? This is what they were
Yeah.
talking about.
Bingo. I mean, like, if I start getting nutty drops, like this, I mean, world record's obviously dead, but like,
This is the real deal.
if I start getting nutty drops, like, it can still be pretty decent-ish. Like, sub 18 probably still. I don't know. That's probably unlikely.
So what I miss?
The
Turtle
drop.
Paradise.
Yeah, I got 2 ingots the last 2 fights, so that means the RNG is stuck, and I'm going to get all the ingots I need in the next like 5. You know what? That chain is good stuff.
You've already said that.
Huh?
I feel like you already said that line.
Well,
That you're gonna get all the ingots that you need in the next loop.
did I?
Yeah, like an hour
Alright,
ago.
chipped fang. Run's dead. We had hope, but not hope, but you know.
Yeah, hope is kinda useless for these fights.
I mean, these fights are kind of fun until you have to do 8 billion of them because your drops are terrible. But like, yeah, they're kind of cool fights. Just like the strat is neato.
There are gonna be some other cool turtles eventually.
Yeah, which I'd really prefer to fight more of those than these guys, but you know.
But the guild drops from those are worse, so.
Yeah. So we really need to be in a good spot gill-wise before we move on. That got started.
I gotta do everything. Don't wanna lose, do ya?
No, I'm farming them.
They just need to be a little nicer.
Or like a lot.
That would also be acceptable, yeah.
Just another battle.
Alright, ingot.
Okay,
Picking
a
up.
3 ingot loop.
We
That's,
are going places.
actually better than average.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I mean, the last one was 0, so you know.
Yeah. So if I get another 3 ingot loop, I think I'm good to continue.
Yeah, that should be good.
Because currently I'm 483 away from my guild target, so 3 ingots plus a
Gold nugget.
would be 510, which, you know, the loop also technically increases the guild target by 60k, but like, I don't know, that's close enough that I think it's, I don't know. We'll see. Let's just, okay, Moogle Puppet, that helps.
It actually helps a lot.
How much is that again?
18,000, so it's not bad. Not like a game changer, but doesn't hurt.
It's like 12% of an ingot. I guess we can talk about why we've not done these last 3 missions while we're
Yeah.
waiting.
Oh yeah.
So like mission 62, like we said, once you finish off all the missions in that little circle, that's when the toys disappear. So that should be obvious. We still want to do those because we need the money. The other 2 are mission 54 Gigantor and mission 16. The only reason
Which
we haven't
is
done
very
16,
easy.
yeah, the only reason we haven't done 16 is because it's easy to do it after 54 because it's just
Yeah.
close to it.
Yeah, it's just kind of out of the
Which
way,
makes
and there's
which
nothing
makes
locked
16
behind it.
the last mission we do in this category.
Yeah, it's very anticlimactic that that's the last mission, but you know, it is what it is.
But
It
then we
just
go do a
works out
pog
rather
strat
well.
on the final bosses, so it's okay.
True. As for 54, the reason we've left that one alone is because of how it mixes in with Gui farming. So the Guis, when we're going to fight those, are all going to be concentrated around that little, I don't know, what would you call it? That little cliff valley, whatever
Oh, yeah,
area.
Yeah.
that a lot
Where
of
mission
the toys
63
are all
is.
from in. And
that area is called the Eastern Tours.
yeah, the Eastern Tours. And Gigantor, the fight is right next to that. And if you have that mission active, then you can respawn all the enemies in that area very quickly by going into the fight with Gigantor and retrying it. So we'll be doing that repeatedly during Gui farming.
Yeah, that's how we respawn both Xiaolong Guis and Long Guis.
So, and then once we're done with Gui farming, we go and finish off Gigantor and Mission 16.
You know what I just realized? I never got the Cactuar doll by Gigantor. There's another
Oh.
12k.
Yeah.
That
So
wasn't
there's
accounted
also
for.
a little bit of money there.
Yep.
So I'm doing
So yeah,
Xiaolong
that-
farming, and I just went through 3 with 6 actually with no drops.
So basically at this point we're just trying to get all the stuff we need for Treasure Hunter, which is Gil, Dark Matters, and Trapezahedrons. Now, we're also going to need to max CP, but at this rate that's more than likely going to happen before we, before I, have everything I need for Treasure Hunter. And then that's pretty much it, and just like Pharaoh and Zwanzig were talking about, just 3 more missions. And then we gotta go fight final bosses. Oh, and the Treasure Hunter menu.
Which
of
is
important.
kind of important.
Yeah.
Longest
Right,
menu
yeah.
in any category.
I guess we haven't gotten Lore Master yet. I guess we can talk a bit about that while we're at it.
Yeah, that usually happens at Longui or Gigantor, so I'm not worried about that. Like,
Yeah,
it's,
no,
it's,
not I'm saying it's worrying.
Yeah.
I think just it'd be nice as something to talk about where we're still
True.
finding toys. So, Lore Master is an interesting trophy. We haven't really been talking too much about it because it's something that kind of happens throughout the entire run. But as you fight enemies, you gain information about them that you can then see on the stat screen by pressing R1. And that also like affects like what your AI knows about the enemies and such. The Lore Master trophy requires you to get full intel on 100 different enemies. This used to be something in the old route that was a lot easier to do because of some extra fights that are no longer in the route and some, you know, rerouting that happened here and there. We did a bit of analysis on that recently, like what the differences actually are.
yeah, like what enemies were in my route that weren't in Zwanzig's and vice versa.
But the long and short of it is that it is definitely tighter than it used to be. So this route has gotten some extra lever scopes, which are this item that just gives you full intel on all the enemies in the fight, and just throws those at a few places strategically in order to boost the Lore Master score. So we haven't gotten it yet, but we should be hitting it on these last few enemies.
Pog.
Can we pog streamer?
Yeah, permission to pog granted.
Fog.
Well,
I think we have enough lore on the turtles at this point.
yeah. Well, the funny thing is the legs don't actually reveal any data when we kill them, so we just reveal it slowly and painfully by just doing strings. But we Libra scope adamantoids, so we have all that. But the tortoise legs, I think we'll still get it. I think we fought enough that we'll have it for those. Yeah, so I anticipate we'll get Lore Master either on Xiaolongs or Longui. I don't think it'll take till Gigantor.
Yeah, and even if you miss it, there are easy backups. To
Yeah.
just like get a lever scope and throw it at some random enemies somewhere or whatever. It's no big deal. This is just kind of an interesting trophy that's like not really a major routing component, but is something to
But
still
yeah,
take into account.
it's something we actually have to think about in the new route, which the old route really didn't. And another reason why playing on or running flat on PC is sus. 'Cause
Yeah.
you don't get
Yeah, there's no
confirmation.
There's no easy
You-
way to
you can-
check.
You can reset your Steam achievements, right?
I don't think there's like a legitimate way to do that. I've heard of people getting banned for, like, there are like sketchy ways to do it, I think, but I don't know. I don't really understand how that works. I just
Apparently those are against like the terms of service or whatever.
Yeah.
So obviously the only solution is to make a new Steam account and rebuy the game every time I do a plat run.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically, and that's why it sucks.
Yeah, I will be forced to, when I do my flash run, I will be forced to set up a Steam account and use family.
I mean, you're not.
because
Look,
family is just me and my brother, so it's fine, but I
Look,
can only do it so
Pharaoh,
many times. That's
I
why
don't
I'm planning
care.
to only do one run.
look, Pharaoh, I don't care if you just check after the run. Like, that's what people used to do anyway.
yeah, but then you don't know if you have to do a backup is what sucks.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. Then maybe you want to like take it a bit safer or something to make absolutely sure that you
Yeah.
don't have to like go back afterwards or something silly. But
Yeah, I may not be talking as much because I'm trying to keep track of multiple numbers in my head right now.
At least the background is very pretty.
Yeah, for sure. At least the farming is all in Turtle Australia and the internet cable.
The internet
I like-
series of tubes.
I actually like lost my shit when I read that post from Zia because I knew every single thing she was talking about, but never realized how many ridiculous names she had for things until she just listed all of them.
So make a new account and share your main account library. Yeah, that was awesome. I think that's what Pharaoh's planning on doing.
Yeah, that's what I'm planning on doing.
Alright, run's dead. We're not getting ingots.
Oof.
come on, game. We
So
just need
close.
2 from these last 2 in this loop
Yep.
and we're done. Well, you know, not done, but done with this.
Honestly, if I get one, it's tempting to move on just because of the number of Longuis I'm likely to fight.
Hmm.
But yeah, I don't know. I'll think about it.
So is there a reason that you're starting the fight in the Gorgon Obstacles?
Huh?
Is there a reason that you're running up to fight to start the fight on the dogs instead of just running into the turtle legs?
Optimal movement. It's more
But you're
direct.
running past the turtle legs.
Yeah, but I'm taking a more direct line to where I'm going after the fight.
What a sweetheart.
I guess. No, there will be no mercy killing of this run.
Look, Titan, this is a highly optimized run where every second of movement optimization counts.
We would
Yeah.
be really interested to see what like a task this would be, but like we can't task this thing.
Look at this line I take.
Yeah.
What legend.
Well, so I think it would be interesting, like, if you just give the game to like a ML algorithm of sorts, seeing if it can figure out a better path
Ooh, more fangs.
for optimizing everything. Yeah, Lude.
Forget what even is this? Like the 7th loop, 8th?
Yeah, 8th.
8th? Yeah,
Yeah.
8th. Yeah, definitely the 8th. Yeah.
Aren't turtles
yeah,
going
that's
extinct?
right. They just keep going
Turtles
back.
are eternal.
Where are all the baby turtles?
Adam anklets.
No, like the real baby ones.
Oh, those are the real babies.
No, like, you can't tell me that when they're born they're that size.
I don't know.
I mean, look at their parents.
Yeah.
They're also kind of huge.
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed, but they're kind of fucking massive.
I mean, they're turtles, so presumably they lay eggs.
True.
Yeah, where are the eggs? Why can't we kill the eggs to, like, get more CP? They're probably an easier fight. Also, I just realized Snow's Cura animation looks like he's Kamehamehaing
Yeah.
the allies.
It really does.
Yeah. Take my healing, take my healing. Or hold on. Cure Raja.
He doesn't have Kiraja, but yeah.
I know, but I needed something with 3 syllables.
Kurasa.
Kurasa with my
Use
stuff.
Hirata.
Wow, that's still in.
Damn it.
Still.
Fine. Cure Raja.
Alright, the ingots are gone. We got all of them. There's no more left.
Another 1 ingot
Oh,
loop.
jeez.
Pretty pogged out of my gourd over these ingots.
I don't even know what that means anymore.
Me neither. Does it matter?
No.
Okay, but like going from 4 to 3 is a lot different than going from 3 to 2.
Well, Kamehameha is 5, actually. But
Oh, it is 5, yeah. Kamehameha. But I think the important part is that it's an odd number, really.
yes.
Because then you get the real emphasis on the last one. And that's why I needed to use Kiraja instead of Cura. And ignore the fact I forgot about Kirasa. Not relevant.
Time for loop number 9?
Hey Cloud, thank you for the good luck. How have you been? Haven't seen you in a while.
Plat has not been the kindest right now,
Yeah.
which is very sad.
Yeah, it's kind of bullying me pretty hard. But you know, yeah, that's all there is to say about it, really. Just really bad RNG. But it can always pick up any moment. If you believe.
Anyway.
Clap for Tinkerbell. All you.
Oh, I should do Crystarium before. Oh shit, did I waste an entire.
At this point, you may
Yeah,
have.
shit. I forgot. Oh well. Well, I wasted 200,000, I guess. That's probably fine considering that I'm most likely going over anyway. That's like only 2 more Xiaolongs, like it's not the end of the world, I guess.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's because it's 400,000 per loop.
Yeah. And I lost track. I
mean,
thought I was just on the
it's
second loop since the last Chris, but I forgot I didn't do one after the 6th.
Alright, well, wasted 200,000 CP, but it's still fairly likely that we're gonna hit
Yeah.
the CP, like Max Crystarium, before we get everything else anyway,
Yeah,
so
so-
it might not matter.
HP plus 36 nodes, Pog. Only
Those
nodes
big
in
juicy stats.
only nodes in any roll for any character with HP that's not divisible by 5. Because reason.
I will BRB for a bit.
Huggy.
To say, I completely forgot that Crystarium was a thing.
Yeah, same. I'm not used to doing it during. Oh shit! I shouldn't have gotten slow on Snow because now he's gonna cast it.
Oh.
Yeah, which means it's one more thing he has to land before he just sticks to Dazes. I'm pretty sure that a downed Toys has like no slow resistance though. Yeah, still kind of a pain. I don't know why. It doesn't matter.
I mean, it's fine. We're gonna do 2 more toys and then we're done.
True. Yeah, for the record, my worst plat run ever was 1802. So, pretty likely at this point that this is going to be my worst ever plat run. I mean, I don't know. It could still be 1802 if we get good drops, but like, they have to be pretty good, I think. Cloud says hi.
Hi.
Yeah. I mean, like, honestly, they could have just streamlined the secondary Crystariums and just made it all just abilities that were, like, you know, 21,000, 57,000, like, and just skipped all the stat notes.
They might not have wanted to do that for like balancing reasons for like the main line, right? Because if they get rid of the stat nodes in the
Yeah,
secondary,
that's true.
they probably have to redistribute them into the stat nodes in the
They
primaries.
could just make them actual valuable stat notes and just have fewer of them.
Yeah, true.
Minor details.
No, that wasn't naive. That was. I still stand by that claim that we should. Energysteel, Pogue.
Now just imagine what this Stern would be like at 60 FPS.
Nah, that's lame. I mean, Saz's Blitz would be pretty good, but it's not worth leading him for it. He doesn't offer enough aside from that.
Yeah, so like in any percent, Saz's Blitz is kind of there the whole time because he's got the right mix of abilities
I mean,
that
Saz has.
we can make heavy use of.
Saz is the only
90%.
character with good offensive buffs. That's like what it comes down. I mean, the fact that he has Blitz is a nice bonus, but
Yeah, but we don't quite get like
Whatever.
we need different things for plat.
yeah,
So
like we get a lot more benefit out of leading Fang, and Saz is like pretty useless if he's not the leader. Lush Chocobo. All right, that one was worth it.
That's the best one of the puppets, right?
No, it's 35k. So yeah.
Yeah, that one's valuable.
I'm actually like kind of surprised that they're able to easily ride the chocobos without a saddle.
Yeah, right.
Like that hurts.
I got
Also,
the
where are
weird-
the other 5 chocobos for the rest of your party members?
Oh.
Do you just like leave them super far behind them to get into a fight? You
I
just
mean-
calmly tell the monster like, hold on, wait a minute, let the rest of my friends get here so we can go up.
I mean, where are the other 3 party members when you're just walking around normally?
Hidden behind the camera, duh.
Oh. Well, there's your answer.
Damn it, I outplayed myself.
Get wrecked.
Yeah, Fault Orange is done.
Oh yeah, Full Orange was done a while ago.
Yeah, Fault Warrens is the first thing we do in post game.
So really all that's left is like 3 more missions and Crystarium and Treasure Hunter.
Yep. And final bosses.
Yeah, and final bosses. Oh right, how could I forget about a hammer space? He was casting Curse for half of this trip.
No, I know. I was more just saying, contemplating if I could high wind, which, yeah, that was close enough.
So at this point, would we say like one more ingot is like fine-ish?
So my current guild target by the rules I usually go by, I still need 263,000 more. So 1 might be okay just because you know, we're anticipating a decent number of long guis. Yeah, I don't know. I guess with the gold nugget, yeah, like if I get an ingot here, I'll probably just fight the next one for the gold nugget and then call it good.
Yeah,
I
think that's
I think
reasonable.
at that point that's safe, you know, ish.
Did
Nothing.
you get another one?
No.
Aw. That's a big plus one, man.
Yeah.
I'm also kind of wondering why the turtles are like, instead of stomping on the tiny puny opponents, I'm just gonna make a localized earthquake. Even more than that, they could just like fall on top of you,
I
and
mean,
that
they
would
do that.
probably. But like,
He's doing it
as
right
their
now.
primary,
And we didn't deal
as their
damage when
primary
they fall on top
attack.
of you.
Right? Like, why are you even bother fighting? Just sit on them.
I don't know, Snow's a pretty thick boy. Sitting on him might hurt. Snow having slow sucks.
Yeah.
Is this gonna kill? No adrenaline, yeah. I didn't think about no adrenaline. Oh. Quick kill.
The music is very good. If anybody hasn't and they get the chance, you should listen to the Distant Worlds orchestration of like all the games, all the Final Fantasy games, because they are fantastic. And like the 13 ones that they do in that are also like really good.
Don't want to lose, do ya?
Alright, there's an ingot. So that's... I'm gonna call it there. I think we're in good shape.
We out.
We are out.
Okay, so let me do a little bit.
Well, this dodge kind of sucks. If I get caught by this, I might just fight it. And you can't decept cancel this dodge because reason. Damn it.
Yeah, we still don't really know why.
Yeah. Like, Niji even made the Deceptisol last like an eternity, and he went all the way to the other side of the step, and it still didn't work.
Wow.
Yeah,
That
like,
is special.
Oh, one for the road.
just to make sure I'm tracking my guild correctly, I'm just gonna do a shop after spawning long guis, or after spawning guis to just sell all my stuff. Not my, sell all my components. Well, you know,
So-
that did take a long time, but that, you know, is going to be offset by, you know, a bit by the CP, but there's still the chance that we don't get good dark matter drops, so still have to do a ton of Xiaolongs anyway. What? How did that not kill? I don't get it.
No, they're just authorities. Not a big deal.
Yeah. And a platinum ingot. Alright, we're in business.
Nice!
I knew. See, I failed the dodge on purpose.
Alright,
So what-
I
what-
am
So now
going
that-
to
Now that we're
put my
done,
Xiaolong farming on hold.
yeah. Now that we're done with those big turtles, we're gonna move on to some other big turtles that are stronger and take longer to kill,
But
But first-
first, we need to do mission 62.
which is also very cool. Also very cool.
Once again, I'll let you talk about it because I hate this mission.
Okay, I like these guys. So I mean, you saw the double rack, or well, you saw the single rack division mission in Full Warrants while I was having my dinner break.
5 hours ago or so. At this point.
So the thing with racks is they cast extremely powerful magic constantly, and they cannot be hurt before they're staggered. The idea is that you stagger one and then prevent it from doing anything else while it's staggered, because its first move after getting staggered will be to dispel all of your buffs and also like its debuffs. Like it just dispels the entire field.
Yeah, it's just
pretty,
Dispelga.
yeah, it's not very
It's
fun.
just called multicast. But it's Dispelga.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, all its attacks are called multicast.
Yeah. True.
So the idea is to just interrupt it while it's staggered. It's basically the same strat that you saw on the single rack, just there's another one
Menuing.
slinging magic at you.
Menuing is important.
At this point,
We
we've got it.
actually used some pretty unique paradigms for this mission.
Mhm. At this point, our HP is high enough that the other one firing magic
Yeah,
at
Let's
us.
see.
Yeah,
Like,
in plat we can
oh.
just face tank them, and in all missions it's a lot worse.
Yeah, because we only have like less than
Yeah.
half the HP.
Like, if
Well.
the hardest mission for you wasn't Versi, it's very likely it was this one. For me, it was this one. It's always been this one.
I'll just go. Oh. Yeah, okay. That's good.
By the way, we fought 45 of those turtles, and if I counted right, we got 12 ingots out of them, when an
Oh my God.
average would be 16.
Snow, why are you casting pain? Holy shit, you absolute dipshit.
Because life is pain, and he must spread the knowledge of Akatsuki.
Because they're
Congratu-
vulnerable. They're vulnerable to pain.
Yeah, congratulations, Snow. You pained an enemy with 0 physical abilities.
Yeah.
Very proud of you. Okay.
Well,
strat,
of course they
honestly-
don't have physical abilities. They're pain. They can't hit us with anything physical.
This strat is fairly basic. You just stagger one, prevent
At
it
the time,
from
and
doing
then kill
anything,
it.
and then kill it, and then do the same for the other one.
Yeah, and you can just face tank most of what they throw your way. It can just be. Oh, wait, he's going
that's
on
not
an
bad.
adventure.
Oh god,
Oh,
fuck
that's very
me.
bad. That's very bad. Yeah, he's just going to multicast.
Dang.
I mean, this is fine. I can still probably kill.
Goal
If I
was
don't
to
die.
not let him get that off.
Let's heat things up.
Oh, okay, she already inflicted this effect. Yeah, the good thing about, or the
I think
silver
I got
lining
this. I think
for
we're good.
The silver lining for this is that it will only use the
Uh.
stagger once, and it's immediately after being staggered, and he will just not use it again.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, like, even if you get Dispel Good, you can usually still get the kill, and as long as you can do that, you're fine, honestly.
And if you can't, it's just going to be a slower fight.
Yeah, it's, like, not that big of a deal.
The reason why I hate this mission is that it's by far the worst mission in all missions, because we can't face their attacks in all missions.
What is chain at? Okay. I'm not going to try disaster. I'll stagger.
In all missions, it's like if Snow ever leaves the Sentinel role, you just get completely destroyed.
Oh my god, Snow, can you not be launched in the air, please?
Yeah, this is the worst part of this mission. Most of their attacks will just launch you into the air.
Unless you're doing an ability.
Yeah, unless you're doing an ability thanks to Vigilance.
There we go. That's what the interruption on this guy should look like. That's ideally what the first one would have looked like, more or less.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 259 is not really that bad anyway, so. Alright, moving on to Xiaolong.
This is also the mission that gives us the last Genji glove, but we aren't really gonna use it other than for mantling purposes.
Yep.
And doing that mission right there now,
Reload. I think we need to reload the area before.
Yeah.
Xiaolong, then
Yeah,
when we show up.
I have to go to Northern High Plain anyway because I need to get the Gigantor Stone.
right. Yeah, so now we're gonna go straight into GUI farming.
Which has another paradigm with a pretty cool name. So in Double Rectivision you use Sub Med, which you call Safe Subversion, and this one you use Two Sins and a Ravager, and that's called Supernatural. It's a really cool name.
Holy shit, my brain is just not processing. Genji. Gaian Ring. Okay. And Helter Skelter is correct. Midnight Sun. Tiara. Stone and catalog of some sort. So here we're actually going to use Fang's Calamity Spear, which is going to be the first time in a very long time that we did not have her with the Venus Gospel.
That's just because we need the Calamity Spear.
Yeah, it's
gonna be the specific reason for that is we need somebody to be spamming exclusively Daze, and while we could do that with Snow in theory, we want to be leading with Fang so that she can also cast Bravera on people.
And also so we can actually time.
Like the one.
We can actually
this is
time
the
Daze
one-
instead of just spamming it indiscriminately.
Right.
This is the one.
I got
fight,
one,
the
Cloud.
I mean, we are going to kill a lot of Xiaolongs, but the Xiaolong we fight in general is the one fight where we aren't using Fang for damage. She will not be in a calm roll for
It's funny, we don't
any of these fights.
We don't have Fang Calm for any GUI fights. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, even though she's like the calm for everything else.
Yeah, she's just too good as the Saboteur. Like, really what it comes down to is we really need to control the Saboteur, and we really need to control the raw spells, so...
The Synergist.
So it's pretty funny, like, there's been a lot of rerouting for this category, but the strats for both Xiaolongui and Longui farming have existed, like, before the run was even a thing. Those were just, like, quick farming methods that were come up with before the run even existed.
Alright,
and they're very specialized setups that just also translate well to the flat run.
Gonna want to do a quick shop here just to check my gil. Oh, look at all these fangs. Holy crap.
Thanks, game.
Granite, Stone.
Oh, you got a plus chocobo.
Yeah, from a dig. It's a 2.2 million. Okay, we're in good shape, I think. Probably. I don't know.
Yeah, the longest menu is still coming up. As soon as we are done with guild farming.
The longest menu will be near the very end of the run.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
the last thing we do before. Well, after we do it, we have to go talk to Bhakti to get the treasure hunter trophy, and then we go do final bosses. Okay, so I need about 500,000 mark kill. So just have to keep
Yeah.
that
Hopefully
number.
these guys will be nicer.
Yeah.
So we're gonna wait. Is that including the gold nuggets?
Yeah.
Or
Or
excluding?
no, that's not counting. So yeah, when I get the gold nuggets, that will subtract 120,000 from that. So
Okay.
really 380,000, and then on top of that, I also have 2 Cactuar dolls and a Rhodochrosite
Ew.
Hyperlol.
So, here's the first Xiaolong. So we've been talking these guys up all game. So here it is, Xiaolong Gui.
Enjoy
it
this
looks
fight.
like just
It's a
a
big
slight-
fiesta.
It just looks like a slightly bluer Adam and Kelid, but trust me, these guys are really rough. They're the biggest assholes in the run, pretty much. So the strat is extremely specialized. We start off trying to get slow on and imperil if we
Yeah.
get it. We didn't
Slow
get
is
slow.
slow is nice, and peril is required.
Needed.
Well, wait. Oh, okay, that was weird. Why
No,
did?
it's not
Oh.
weird. It's because you use Libra. If
Yeah,
you
but
use
I
Libra,
only-
you can only do one string.
Well, I
It's
only.
fine. You got Empire.
Yeah, we're good. Well, I only did 3 slows though.
So the setup with the accessories
Oh,
at the start is very specific. This is why we needed 3 Tetratic tiaras very specifically. This is so that we have all the defensive buffs at the start, because otherwise Lightning will prioritize casting those over doing anything else, and we need her to Enfire both
As
herself and
soon as
Snow.
possible.
So we need to get that done before the buffs run out. And then the actual damaging is more daze spam, with Fang being the daze spammer in this case, and the other 2 attacking.
So is there a reason that we're using Fang as the day spammer instead of Snow?
Because we
Yeah.
need to
Just
lead
better
Fang,
if we control the day spammer in this.
and we have to
Well, we
lead
could
Fang for
lead
Ron.
Snow, but yeah, we also want to control her casting Brave Raw on people. So
Okay.
So this is the only time we fight these 2 Xiaolongs, and it's just for the jets they're guarding. For all of the others, we are just going to loot them with the Gigantuar cutscene, which is very, very nice. It makes farming them actually really fast,
Hey, Pharaoh.
unless they kill you.
Sorry,
Yes?
real quick question. Those guild targets I sent you, do you remember, was the 2.67 if I had already sold the Entite Ring, or was that
No,
assuming?
it didn't account for the Entite Ring.
Okay, so it's 2.73. Yep, okay. Well, see, like,
I'm pretty
oh,
sure.
I never got Boon.
Oh,
why.
you didn't get Boon!
Can I afford it?
Yeah, Fang's Boon is actually really important for the Xiaolong farm.
God, I was on Toises for so long, I totally forgot it's even a thing. Alright, we're good. I can afford it.
Okay. So Boon increases the time for the buffs, and whenever you apply a new buff, I think that's it extends the duration of existing buffs upon applying
Guess
new
I'll go
ones.
ahead
It's
and,
not a very long extension, but it's long enough that
It
it
adds
gives
up.
Lightning enough time to Enfire everyone.
Yeah. Which, yeah, that's
Yeah,
why
like,
the buffs ran out so soon on the first
On
one,
the first
too, in
fight.
addition to the Libra.
Yeah, like Boon doesn't do a lot, but it does add up.
Yeah.
Especially as you like keep on rebuffing things.
Which, I mean, all we really care about is just keeping the Tetratic
Yeah,
Tiara buffs
we-
long enough
we
to get
need
in fire.
To get in fire on everyone, because if buffs on a Tiara drop before Lightning can in fire all three, she will start using Protect and Shell,
Yeah.
and that is very, very slow.
Yeah. And, like, yeah, we would die before we could. Like, there's.
Yeah, 'cause what I didn't mention when I was explaining the fight earlier is what Xiaolongui can do to us, which is quite a bit. It's
Quite
a tough enemy.
bit.
Usually, so at the start, it will always start with Quake, which we go to Triple Sentinel to mitigate the damage for. After that, it will just do regular stomps for a little bit, which is fairly tame. But after a while, which is usually about when we're moving into the damage phase, it's going to get to a point where it's going to spam its nasty moves. It can do more Quakes, it can use Ultima, which is really powerful, and both of those we'd want to tank in Triple Sentinel again.
And then you can use Bay.
Yeah, Bay is the absolute nastiest thing it can do. It does a lot of damage, it comes out really quickly, and
It can daze you.
people
It
and, like,
can be-
drop their buffs.
Can be
It's-
days canceled, though, which is the only
Yeah,
reason it's
that
not
Yeah,
complete
Bay can
bullshit.
be daze cancelled.
Yeah.
Which
If
Quake
it
and Ultima
starts up-
cannot.
If it starts up a Quake or an Ultima, you can't interrupt it. When it's starting up a Bay, you have like 1 or 2 attempts to really quick get a daze in. to
No, you can
interrupt
usually
it.
get like 3 or even 4. It has a good amount of startup.
I guess.
Yeah, like I would say you can usually get 3, but yeah. It's not a lot. And that's a
If you get hit by Bay, it's usually a loss.
Yeah, if you get
Yeah.
hit by a Bay, it's just a retry.
unless you're like very close to killing, or if you get ridiculously lucky and don't lose in fire or something. Oh, Lemon, by the way, thank you for the reminder, but I actually don't need poison until the final bosses, so I don't need to worry about it.
Yeah, we will always get it no matter what.
Yeah, because by then I'll have maxed
Yeah.
Christ on everybody.
Yeah, we do have to fill out the entirety of the Crystarium for every character
Yes, that
in
is.
order to get the trophy.
There is a trophy for that, and so we do need that. So, the kind of tricky part of the fight is the damage phase, because that's when it's going to be throwing out its nasty moves. Like, this first part is always going to look more or less the same, just slightly different depending on what debuffs inflict. But the damage phase is the tricky part, because that's when it's going to be using its nasty moves, and we're going to have to time the dazes to both maximize the damage from lightning and snow, and to interrupt the moves from Xiaolong.
Yeah. So that's actually the main reason that we want to get slow so early, is because if we get slow, then it's going to take longer to get to its nasty moves phase. Because for several rounds, it's only going to do stomps.
And you're not using Curse anymore.
I mean, I cast Curse if I just have time to spam it before stagger, but like you don't really care about Curse. It's just something to cast, and it's kind of nice if you get it. But I mean, potentially nice if you get it, but usually doesn't matter too much.
That right there, aside from it getting like a Quake in right before the end, was pretty much what it looks like ideally, where you're casting the dazes while Snow and Lightning are attacking so that they get the double damage from it, and then the daze lasts till after they attack, so it stays dazed in between strings and can't do anything.
And sometimes, if you miss time or just when he feels like it, he will throw ultimas and bays, and there's really nothing you can do about
Sometimes he'll do an Ultima and then instantly do another Ultima and then instantly do another Ultima. It's really cool and fair enemy.
Xiaolongguis are complete assholes.
Yeah.
They want to kill you, they will just...
Yeah, along, like, the most dangerous enemy in the run, maybe behind Neocho. Yeah, behind Neocho, I'd say, because obviously your win rate against Xiaolongs is going to be better on average. But,
Yeah. Just because
Yeah.
you can actually fight the Xiaolongs, whereas you need to cheese the Neochu.
yeah, like,
Or you can't win otherwise.
Xiaolongs and Neocho are really the only fights in Flower where you can, like, really expect to die at least once. If you're very lucky if you don't. Like,
So again,
go ahead.
so again, why are we fighting these?
So they're so they're the best CP grind in the game, period, and we're strong enough to fight them now, which means that this is what we want to use for all of the rest of our CP. They give decent gil, but not as good as the turtles, which is why we spend so much time getting more gil from turtles before moving on. And they're also the only enemy that drops Dark Matters, which Dark Matters cost like 900,000 gil to buy or something stupid, and we need
5
800.
of them.
Okay, yeah, we need 5 of them. So it's like, if
So as you could see there, we days cancel the buy. We will not be able to do days cancel Ultima, so we just go to triple 10 and hope it's a tame one.
yeah, we need 5 Dark Matters, Cloud. So yeah.
Ultima's a weird move where it has a rather high damage variance, but because do we have a reprieve on people at this point?
On Fang and Snow, not on Lightning.
Not on Lightning.
Right, okay.
So yeah, Lightning can die to Ultima, which sucks, but by the time we get to Longui, she'll have it.
Right. Okay.
Which is where it really matters, because you're gonna see Ultima every fight. So slow, very good.
Yeah, and you go for 2 strings of slow at the start. After that, you have to inflict imperil because otherwise you're just not gonna get
Fang
the
is
chain
not
up.
gonna get
Yeah.
the...
So yeah, so Lightning is only gonna, maybe you all already explained this, but Lightning is only gonna cast in fire once Imperil is inflicted. So we need that to be inflicted before the Tetratic Tiara buffs wear off, or we're just not gonna be able to get in fire on our characters. Daze, hello?
Scary.
Yeah, Light's dead. This is probably a retry. Yeah, I'm not gonna try to fight that. So yeah, you're gonna see me dying a lot to these guys. It's completely normal. Like, you know, sometimes you die more than others, but like, it's not like any time I die, it's like, oh, that's bullshit. I mean, it is bullshit, but it's expected bullshit.
And again, these are what we largely replaced like an hour and a half of Vlad farming with.
Yeah.
Just because even if you die sometimes, on average, it's still better than fighting Bloods.
Well, yeah, and like, even if it wasn't that much faster CP per minute, it's just the fact that it's also good gil, or decent gil at least, compared to Vlad, which is no gil. Like,
Yeah. Like in the old route, by the time you got to this point, you'd usually be nearly maxed out on CP already. And
So
then
you only
you'd
really
just
fought them for the Dark Matters.
yeah.
Yeah, you'd be fighting them for the Dark Matters and just waiting for those drops. With this route, usually, you'll get all the Dark Matters you need before you hit your, like, easily before you hit your CP target. Might be a little bit
Say
closer.
that now.
Yeah, in this round that's probably not gonna be the case, but usually yes, that is correct.
Yeah, like considering how long you've gone without drops, I'm suspicious.
Well, she wasted some of the CP, so...
True. Dark Matter.
1 out of 5.
And so, these, once we hit the 5 required Dark Matters from this, we're going to switch gears and start fighting the real big boys over there, the Longui.
Yeah,
Not
assuming-
quite. We still need the vanilla, all the
We
vanilla stuff.
will almost definitely have all of that before we have 5 Dark Matter, unless we get really good Dark Matter drops, which could happen.
I suppose.
But like, we're within 1 million CP of having what we need for Longuis, so...
And then we will farm Longweez until we have 3 Trapezohedrons. We currently have 1 that we got from Toys's, which, by the way, for fighting 45 is also really bad luck on that.
Yeah. It's like you could
expect to get like,
Yeah.
yeah, you'd expect to have 2 from that many.
Bang!
Good days.
Yeah, you really want days to be inflicted when you do the paradigm shifts because you really do not want it to start up a mid-paradigm shift or you will have no opportunity to days cancel it. By light. Oh, nice. Low damage roll.
And then once we have both the Dark Matters and the Trapezohedrons, then it's just a matter of, okay, are we done with Crystarium yet? If yes, move on. If
Yeah,
not,
and if
do
we-
more along, so we're done.
Okay, well we're getting good dark matters. Fuck.
Nice.
I mean, you know, this run could turn out alright. With if like we get good drops here. Cause like we're almost set on Gil. I only need like 354,000, I think. My math is correct. Yeah. And that's
Would've
really
been
not
closer.
that much.
Yeah,
Would've
what
been closer
Seasoner
if you
said
had
is
still
also
had
true. Even if Toises give you 3 Hedrons, you still need to fight a Longweez.
Yeah. What was
Yes.
that, Zwanzig?
Oh, it it would have been closer with Gil if you hadn't like failed the dodge on the last one and gotten an ingot off that.
Yeah, true. Yeah, well,
So
I mean, I knew.
that right there was Gigantor. So like
we are going to be seeing him a lot of times.
Mm,
yeah.
very
Like we
briefly
said
most of the
before.
times.
Like we said before, retrying that fight real quick respawns all these turtles, so we're just gonna fight these 3 over and over, and then retry Gigantor.
And that's the mission marker, right?
Yes.
Back off.
Don't wanna lose, do ya?
In the very old plat route, we actually had already done Gigantor at this point, and just like activated the mission again for the purpose of these retries, and then I was like, we just do it at the end.
Yeah.
Well, if we're already gonna be here with the mission activated, we should just do the mission then.
If the
Which
5
is why
star
that-
was an issue at max development, but it really isn't. So
Well, yeah, we have some ways to cheese the hell out of the target time.
Yeah, Gigantor is actually like pretty much the toughest mission to 5 star. So the fact that we do it at max development makes it a little bit dicey, but we have some creative strats to maximize our damage without jacking like the without making the target time too low.
that was really clutch.
Yeah. See, like, yeah, there I
Oh,
got
nice.
4 dazes off before bait. So, like, you can get a decent amount off if you react quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, what Seasoner said, it's again true. Other than the mandatory fights, we only lead Snow for 1 fight, and that is Gigantor, and it's for a very specific reason. Even if Gigantor is challenged, it will more often than not target the party leader anyway.
Wang, that is actually... the estimate is actually 3 hours over world record, so it can actually be done in quite a bit less.
Yeah. This run's bad, but it's still gonna
Thanks.
break the
Most
estimate.
likely, yes. Like,
Most likely.
there's still no limit to how bad the dark matter infuses can be, so...
Yeah. True.
But the fact that I already have 2 dark matters is promising.
Good
So, like-
support tank, but even if we survived, we lose our
Yeah,
buffs.
it's
and,
like-
it can daze a few people, so
Yeah, it's
it's
like-
generally
The
just
damage
a
is
retry.
not the
Dave
problem with
goes
Bay.
off.
I mean, it can do pretty nasty damage, but like that's not the problem. Like, because we can handle Ultima and Quake just fine, usually, unless he gets all spammy. But yeah, you'll see me doing some like premature shifts between these devastations sometimes. That is simply to sync up Lightning and Snow better, which not only maximizes damage better, but also also ensures we have more days coverage, which prevents Xiaolong from acting as frequently. Because if they're attacking at totally different times, it's a lot harder to preserve days because you have to be casting it when either of them is attacking, and since you only have 5 ATB, you can't really do that if they're not acting at the same time. But yeah, we can manipulate their actions really well with that second devastation.
Also, you will most of the time get Barrel inflicted in 5 casts. If it doesn't inflict for some reason, that's a retry.
Yeah, like
that happened to me in the beginning of my Xiaolong farm.
Yeah, it does very rarely happen. Also, you'll notice I'm cutting off these days strings prematurely a lot. That is simply because I want to have a good amount of ATB in reserve in case a Bay goes off and I have to react. Also, if I'm going to need to paradigm shift, I want to be able to feel confident I can inflict a daze in that time. Also, if I was going to say something else. This might be death. Snow kill this. Well, if I...
Very cool.
Yeah.
Ooh,
yeah, sure. I'll start over.
That's rough.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
so
it happens. Like, I don't get salty about it anymore, because, like, I just know it's gonna happen.
Yeah. Yeah, like, I'm gonna be salty about it. It's still rough.
Yeah, still dumb.
It's like,
I mean,
Ultima's
we
on
are
2-for-1
we are
still.
effectively farming a super boss at this point.
Yeah, well, it's funny because, like, people call Longui the super boss and not as much the Xiaolongs, but Xiaolongs are actually much more dangerous. Longuis are actually really... Well, okay, to be fair, we do need more stuff before we can fight Longuis, but once we have that stuff, they are very consistent fights, whereas no matter how developed you are, Xiaolongs are still dangerous. I mean, unless you, like, use more defensive paradigms, but yeah, we're not going to do that.
Using defensive paradigms is slow. We are here for a single purpose, and that is to go fast.
Yep.
Go fast.
And also to swag on Orphan with Zon Tetsuken.
True.
But that is under the umbrella of going fast, I suppose. But yeah, also, like, when I end my daze strings prematurely, that's also because continuing to cast daze doesn't, like, help once it's already inflicted, because it's going to stay inflicted for a few hits. So, like, it's just better to keep my CP, or my ATB in reserve in case I need to do a large string of them to, like, cancel a Bay or something.
Talking about the LR run, the runner is one of the most knowledgeable people about in the LR community, and it's a very interesting category actually.
Yeah, it's there's a lot going on in this category, and
yeah,
it's like
there's a lot going on in Dash.
And like, there's still a lot of. Oh, were you talking about that game?
Yeah, I was talking about
I thought you were
LR.
talking about Plat. But yeah, I'm sure that category as well. Alright, so 294,000 gil, I need 3 dark matters, and I need to do Christ after this Xiaolong. I just repeat 3 numbers in my head over and over during these sequences so I can keep track of them. How much gil I need for Treasure Hunter, how many dark matters I need, and how many Xiaolongs until the next Crystarian. I would keep track of those on a spreadsheet, but I don't really have the downtime to like update a spreadsheet as I'm going for all 3 different numbers.
LR is for Lightning Returns, Crafty Dog. It's going to have a dash run, which is the community defined 100% in 3 days, I think. I'm not actually sure when it's going to be, but it's going to be sometime during the next week.
These guys, by the way, just to put this into perspective, are giving us 120,000 CP with the growth egg each.
How much HP do they have?
It's like 9 million. It's actually, we were saying Atticus was the second or the third highest HP. I think it might be Shalom. I think they're close. I think they're both 9 million. I'm not sure which one has more.
I'm fact checking.
Or actually, I
Oh
think
boy,
Shalong's
I'm
might
looking
have like 10 million. I don't know. Well, just check.
10.8 million.
10.8. Okay, yeah, so it is Shalong's.
Yeah.
No, no,
How
no.
long,
We're good.
how
False alarm.
long is the grind? Best case scenario and average run?
All right, well, we're already up to 3 dark matters, so yeah, this is
Log.
pretty
Nice.
promising. At least for dark matters. Trapezohedrons can still be a totally different story, and we're not quite out of the woods on Gil.
I actually don't know. In best case scenario, how long would the grind for Gil take?
Well, grind for Gil spans a lot of parts of the run. Like, because that's mainly choices, but then we also farm for, like, do you just mean like how long is the Glee farming segment?
It's hard to say because we've
Yeah,
got
it's
like
hard
5
to say how
different
long the
grinds.
grind is going to be, just because it's very RNG heavy.
Yeah, basically I have one split from Versi to Gigantor, and my gold is 2 hours and 13 minutes. So, that's
And
like the best
not all
info I
of
can
that-
give you.
Not all of that even covers grinding, so it's like
Yeah, well, I might
So-
get. No, I don't think so. I was thinking I might get reprieve on. No, I think I got it. Log. Yeah, so this is gonna be nice because this will help Light survive some stuff that she couldn't otherwise survive.
Namely, Ultima High Rolls.
Yep. Or I don't know if Quake can one shot from yellow HP. Probably. Not sure though. Yeah, so I'm gonna have Phaethra here. I think I might already have what I need for Longweez, or maybe just need a tiny bit more.
Yeah, we understand QEK. The problem is that with the current route, Gil is very closely tied to CP grinds, so it's still a hard question to answer for.
it's too complicated to really give you an easy one-dimensional number for.
Yeah, because it's like we're getting Gil like all the time in the run. Like there are fights we do specifically for Gil, but like a lot of our Gil comes from other sources. So it's like, yeah, it's kind of a hard question to answer in that regard. Hey Sky, I'm doing my best to go. RNG has kind of been shitting on me, but it's getting
Speaking of
it's
lightning
better
returns,
now. At least for now.
the runner that is
Yo.
going to do dash just raided. Thank you, Dine.
Yo.
And
Okay, so if you just mean like how many total hours we spend grinding, it's probably around like
8?
4 hours?
5 or 6 hours, because like we do like Guiz for like 2 hours, Toises for probably like an hour and a half, and we do like sacrifices and Vlad for a combined like hour and a half or so. I don't know, around there. That would be my estimate, but might not be spot on. And it is gonna vary between runs because you're not always gonna get average drops, or sometimes you get above average, sometimes you get below average, and that's gonna affect how much time you spend farming. Why does each node cost?
It's not a million.
Stage 9
Yeah.
and 10 secondaries.
The most expensive node is 120,000, but yes, that is quite pricey as well. Basically, they really wanted you to pay for secondaries, because Yeah, probably, like, that would be my estimate. Like I said, it's gonna vary a lot, so, like, there's no, like, way to guarantee or really predict it at all. Because, like, that's where the RNG is going to be in the run, like, mostly in the grind segments. Because aside from the CP grind, like, all of the grind segments rely on random drops.
Oh yeah. Like what Cloud said, for console is estimated we stay at least 1 hour, maybe an hour and a half on Crystarium alone.
Yeah, I've just kind of like guessed that. I wouldn't call that a formal estimate, but
Wait, what do we? How much we spend on Crystarium?
no, just how much
How
time
much
we
time
spend.
we spend in Crystarium?
A lot.
It's like a second and a half per node, plus extra overhead from moving around.
Yeah, but I have no idea how much total nodes there are.
I can never remember how many total nodes there are. There's quite
It's
a
a
few.
lot.
But yeah, that is one of the major advantages PC has over console. The Crystarium is just faster overall.
60 FPS, let's go.
Like, the versions are different. There isn't really a version that is better than the other, but they each have their pros and cons, essentially. But they are good runs and very, very similar, no matter what platform you're playing in.
Don't get predictable.
So fun fact, Snow has like the fastest animations out of the cast in almost everything, but Lightning actually has faster aerial attacks than he does. So like if you see on one string, Snow jumps up a little before Lightning. Oh, fuck you. Sorry.
Oh,
Ah, the
Asshole.
combo.
Ooh,
I even got a super early slow. What the fuck? That's dumb.
that's rough. No, they deserve no pity.
Yeah, no pity. They could just hand over the dark matters and the gold nuggets and this wouldn't be an issue. Okay, I don't know if they can hand over the CP though. I think we might actually have to kill them for that. I mean, I did confirm that swear words were okay. Or else I would have been a lot more careful. But yeah, like if you ever see like a string where lightning jumps up a little bit after snow, then usually on the next string they're going to be like perfectly synced up. So lightning actually does get through her aerial strings a little faster.
No problem.
just kill more Vlads. We need money. We don't need CP.
Yeah, we also can't fight Vlad. He's gone forever.
Lude's just singing the song again. No, Cloud, that was a nugget.
That was a gold nugget.
Which is also good.
Once I get 2 more Dark Matters, I'm gonna move on to Longweeze, so.
I mean, if we really overflow one guild, which you shouldn't, we can just buy the last Dark Matter. But
Yeah, we're not gonna overflow on Gil that much. We might overflow a couple 100,000. But
imagine overflowing enough to buy Hedrons.
no, I don't wanna.
Imagine having to sell Hedrons.
I mean, if you get more than 6, there's nothing better to
If
do.
you get more than 6. I was pretty close to it, and I can still. If I get a Hedron drop from the Lonely, I'll have to kill on my practice file.
Yep, see Light survived that because of Reprieve. Anytime somebody in the Sentinel role survives with 1 HP, it's pretty much guaranteed because of Reprieve. Or for just very big coincidence. Oh jeez, oh jeez, oh jeez, oh jeez, oh jeez, oh jeez. Okay, good. Yeah, so I guess we probably already kind of explained this, but the reason that we have the Calamity Spear on Fang for this fight is because winning these fights is very dependent on consistent Daze Inflictions. Like, we really need to do everything we can to maximize those, and that includes equipping a Calamity Spear.
I mean, again, it's, you know, we have to get a Calamity Spear for Treasure Hunter
exactly.
Anyway, and
Yeah.
Fang literally doesn't do anything but cast debuffs in this fight, so...
Yeah. Because, like,
Only
her
makes
stats on the weapon don't even matter, so it's like, it's not even like we have to upgrade it once we get it, we just need it for the ability.
Reprieve is actually a really important ability in 13's to final bosses because we severely underlevel Noel and Sarah because we don't really need them for damage, we just need Chichu for damage. And there are 2 attacks in those final boss fights that can one-shot you unless you are in a Sentinel role and you have Reprieve. And when Reprieve triggers, it puts down capital letters safe, and
Shit.
that's why Blue is just saying that in chat.
That's what I'm talking about.
Chichu's busted.
I was talking about 13-2 Blast, we aren't under level anymore. These guys are just just assholes.
Don't get predictable.
Yeah, most characters are pretty close to their max HP. Well, 5 Imperils didn't inflict, but I got slow in the first string, so I can do 2.
Let's make this easy. Change of plans.
That we could like reorder the abilities in the menus.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Guys at top, please.
I don't know if it would even be worth doing extra menuing for that, though. I don't know, it would depend. For these long grind fights, maybe.
No problem.
Well, I guess if we're already doing a menu, it probably wouldn't be a big detour.
We already did Versi Cloud.
Alright, so we're
Yeah,
looking
we still did do Gigantor.
they're in pretty good shape on Gil. Still need 2 Dark Matters and then 2 Trapezohedrons. Then the rest is just CP farm. And we should get Lore Master on Longli.
Are you almost at the point where you have to Crystarium again?
3 more. Should be, right? I think I've only done 5. I'll double check, because now I'm worried. Yeah, pretty sure just I have 3 more.
We are on Xiaolong farm right now. We're all done.
Yeah, 3 more.
Alright.
But thanks for the reminder.
Eat this.
Whoa.
Eat this.
No slow.
Tanky.
Back down. Thanks. Let's make this easy. Eat this.
The good news is if the first 10 slows don't cast, we just do 2 in the first Deprotect string, and it's more or less guaranteed to inflict at that point. I think I've only seen it fail to inflict after 12, like once ever.
Follow my lead.
It's really annoying that Snow and Lightning try to provoke
Eat this.
the Xiaolong during Ultima. Oh god, because that actually gets rid of days
Oh.
if it inflicts. That is, if
This-
they miss, it doesn't.
This is an unfortunate fight here.
No, if it was unfortunate, I would have died. We'll take that.
There's what, 2 Ultimas, a Bay, something else.
Bays don't count as bays if we cancel them.
So the after the marathon is over, all of the VODs are going to be going onto YouTube then. So it won't be immediately after each of the runs, but after all the runs are complete, they will all go onto YouTube.
Yeah, at the end of the month, you can expect to see them, maybe?
Yeah.
Let's make this easy.
So, okay, if I can finish the run in the next 10 minutes, I can still PB.
I don't see a problem with that.
Yeah, seems realistic.
Yep.
Yo, the single curse inflicting Pog.
Very good.
That's a early Ultima. Okay. That's
You're no
fine.
Ultima. Oh.
Yeah, true. I got wrecked.
You curse the attempt by using curse.
Well, now. No, don't backflip lightning. It's literally,
Lightning is so cool.
literally so easy to not backflip. Like, I feel like that's one of the easiest things in the world.
True, I do it every day.
like, since lightning landed that provoke, it canceled the daze. It's dumb. Doesn't even do damage. Alright, one more dark matter, then Longweeze. But first, Crystarium. Yeah, most likely we're gonna overflow CP, but that's okay.
Yeah, I'm ready for the 20 Longui fights to get these 2 traps
Yeah,
though.
for real.
Oh, Jesus. That sounds like pain.
Nah, that sounds like a lot of fun. Very pleasant and enjoyable experience, that would be. Things medic getting swole though? Hello.
Yeah, Longways are definitely nice fights, but just like turtles are nice fights, the problem is if you need to do them for way more than strictly necessary, it, well, becomes awkward.
Longwees are pretty pog fights, I'm gonna be real. Alright, so we have Vanille's Reprieve as well as Phaethra and Calm level 4, so we now have everything that we need. To fight Longweeze, but there's no sense moving on to Longweeze until we get 5 Dark Matters, because we know that we would just have to come back and go back to our Xiaolong setup at this point, so there's no reason to do the extra menuing.
Hey, at this point, I want us to like hit max Crystarium like on the fight where we get the last Trapezohedron.
You have to get every node, so that includes every out-of-ring node. Yep. I know that because I have had times when I got level 5 in every roll and did not get it because I had because I had not, I had missed an out-of-ring somewhere.
Yeah, so Snow's Crystarium has some pretty sneaky nodes.
Huh?
The ones in stage 1.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're not sneaky if you get them in Chapter 3.
True.
As intended.
Honestly, we're what, like 16 Xiaolongs deep?
Something
At
like
this
that.
Well, because you've done Crystarium twice, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's 8 per, I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we only have 3
17
Dark
actually,
Matters.
because I did one. I did
Oh,
one
okay.
Crystal after the first Xiaolong to get Boon.
Still, that's not great Dark Matter like drop luck either so far.
Yeah.
All in all.
It's not like.
But I mean, it's not a problem, like, provided we're probably gonna be on Longwy for a little bit anyway.
Yeah.
Or well.
Oh, you cannot
Ooh,
preempt these.
No.
I don't even know if that would be good, because like I don't think we could kill. Like even with all this setup with the buffs and debuffs, it's still a tight kill sometimes. Okay, this is like perfect. Lightning jumped up just like, wait, I'm confused. No, it's because she backflipped, dumbass. Right, 64,000 more for Gil, so looking pretty good for that. Which unfortunately means a lot of that time spent fighting the turtles was kind of a waste, but like we couldn't really know. That's the thing.
Yeah, again, it's really hard to know, like, when should you move on to Guise? Because, I mean, if you... You know, you want to cut it as close as you can without then having to, like, Gil farm on Guise, which
Yeah.
is just not a great experience.
Yeah, if you have to farm Gil on Guise, you're gonna lose a lot of time. So you kind of just gotta find the good, like, middle ground. Just hope that your estimate is close. But like when you're trying to get so many unique resources from like so many different enemies that drop them at different rates, it's like, you know, there's only so much control you have over, like, you're gonna go over on some of them, it's just not avoidable.
Poor things, we should never feel sorry for Shalwangs.
Yeah. Like look at this shit, you feel sorry for this guy? Alright, so we are pretty much good on Gil. I need 4,000 more. Probably not even, because that estimate is a pretty safe one. Just because the exact amount you need for Treasure Hunter
Oh,
can
we just
vary.
need the last dark matter
Yep.
before we can move on to Longleys.
Oh wait, were we on 4?
Yeah, we're at 4. We got a 4th.
Oh, I thought we had 3. Okay.
Nah, we got a 4th, so we'll, like the
I
second
missed
to last, the second to last one is the last set of 8. I think.
Okay. Yeah, should be pretty good then, like, provided Longwees don't troll too much.
Yeah, that's a big if, though.
Yeah, needing more than one trapezohedron from Longwees is always a bit scary.
Even needing one can be scary, depending on how
exactly.
the rest of the run's gone. Yeah, you really prefer to just have all of them from choices, but it's usually not going to happen.
It's being safe. Like, you don't want to risk, like, Ultima just going before you can kill them.
Yeah, because he can legitimately just do 2 consecutive Ultimas.
Yeah.
And also, I'm not even sure if, like, we could survive a max roll if we're not in, we probably could, but the thing is Lightning probably couldn't, and we don't want her to die
Lightning
either.
just died.
Yeah, well, she was in red HP, so, well, obviously if she died, yeah. But... Yeah, it's just you really don't want to like fuck around when you're that close to the end of the fight. It's like that's a big time loss if you die that late. This is the also the only fight where we use the supernatural paradigm, I think.
Yeah, it is.
Not the only one where we use superiority. We use that for Ochu and Full Horns as well. That's kind of low chain. No, 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 no. Fuck you.
Damn. This Shaolong's being a jerk.
Yeah,
He probably has the last dark matter.
yeah, for sure. Making us work for it. Apparently we haven't been through enough. I mean, like, Renew's not really going to help us, because the problem is when that Bay went off, Snow and Lightning lost their fire, and we're not going to kill and stagger without that. And we can't get it back.
Here you go.
Yeah, even if we switch to the paradigm where Lightning was synergist again, she would prioritize other buffs at that point. Again, this is why we have the Tetratic Tiaras at the start, to make sure that the other stuff she would prioritize is already on for the start of the fight, so
Yeah.
that would just cast Endfire. But later on, she wouldn't do it anymore. So even if we had time to do that, she wouldn't do it.
Yeah, we also kind of want to have 5 TP going into Longguiz so that we can get
Summon
maximum
on the
amounts
first
of
one?
summons. But yeah, summon on the first one and then have as much CP left over after that to summon on. Oh fuck, why did I do? Okay, hit it quick before good.
No problem.
Yeah, that's like the real problem with Bay. Like, we could just tank it and Tortoise if it was just big damage, but no, like, we have to days cancel it or it's probably a dead fight.
Oh, he did not have the last dark matter.
Yeah.
Was it
Such a
bamboozle?
tease. I mean, we're done with the plot. We've been done with the plot since, like,
A while.
8 hours or 7 hours ago. Like, half of this run is post-game, or like, a little less than half the run. But if you're asking, like, how far along in the run we are, we're getting decently close. We still need 1 more item from these guys and then 2 from the bigger turtles. And then we may need to do some extra Crystarium grinding from there, but once that's all done, we can move on, do the last couple of missions, Treasure Hunter, and then go fight final bosses. Oops. So yeah, it's like, it's close, but there's still like a lot of potential for RNG dumbness, so. Wait. Oh. That was weird.
Don't back down.
I don't think she's gonna get it in time. Fuck. Yep. Yeah, thanks for casting in fire on Fang Lightning. Really appreciate that. Gotta get that double days damage.
Change of plans.
Can I get a slow, please?
Don't get predictable.
I also don't understand why she cast Faith first when I switched to Supernatural. I guess the Imperil must not have stuck until after I shifted. That's like the only...
Yeah, the boots are done. We already have the ribbon.
Yep. I mean, these fights aren't really that tough just because I've done them like 20 billion times now. I mean, obviously they can just troll you, and but you know, that's not really in my control. That's not, you know, like execution.
They do seem like kind of simple. Like there's not a lot of like different things you have to do in them aside from.
I mean, you just have to pay
making
attention
sure you
to
don't
days
die.
of inflictions, be ready to react to Bay, and like, okay, that's the last dark matter, and then just kind of
Nice.
make sure that okay, let me do this. Menu.
Yay! We did it.
Okay, so that's Xiaolong's done, at least for now. Now we're going to switch to the setup for Longui farming. And this is the first time we're switching Fang out in ages. Because she's just not as good for this. And we're going to now lead Vanille.
Is this death buffer? Please tell me it's death buffer.
Yes, this is the death buffer strat.
Yeah.
So the big thing with Longui is that its damage resistances are insane. It resists 90% damage for both physical and magical.
And that's even when staggered and collapsed. So
Yeah. So it's obscene how much damage resistance this thing has. We can poison it, which helps, but you know we're not gonna take it out with poison before it gets back up. And
oh, he already has
like,
the soul stone. Dumb. Okay, it's like, wait, no, what am I doing? Vanille needs the weirding glyph.
So this strat is real cool. So the reason we lead with Vanille is because she has Death. Now, Death has some special properties that the other full ATB skills don't have. It's the only one that is affected by an end spell. So if we inflict Imperil on the Longui and fire Vanille, her death will do twice as much damage. It already has a fairly high damage multiplier. We further boost that by switching her into Commando, so buffering the death, and also just the fact that death goes through all that elemental resistance. And then casting Faith and getting really high stagger. All of those multipliers combined, you're about to see what that does.
Yeah.
And it's fun.
So the first fight we're gonna summon every fight that we have the TP because it saves about a minute on the fight. Now the thing is that oh, what am I doing? Shoot, I need to pay attention. The thing is we don't immediately dismiss Hecaton. The reason is because so when the turtle gets collapsed, it's going to stay down for 1 minute. Now, a neat caveat to that is that while a summon is out, that timer doesn't tick. So it's not actually going to start counting that minute until after Hecaton leaves. So unlike, you know, on like with Bahamut on the Toises, where we would, you know, summon and then instantly dismiss, we're actually going to leave Hecaton out, even though it kind of like loses us a little bit of time, but it does a lot of damage, or it gives us a lot of poison damage.
Poison.
Yeah, exactly.
And we get to build up the chain by casting these debuffs.
Yeah. Like, Vanille's Saboteur is basically as good as a Ravager for this fight because the D-Protect and D-Shell inflictions are more or less guaranteed. Yeah, so we're going to get in fire from everybody. It's mainly important on Vanille, but, you know, Lightning and Fang are going to be... Lightning and Snow are going to be doing a decent amount of damage as well.
And if you pay close attention to these damage numbers on death hitting, it's going to be a little bit hard to see.
742,000.
Yeah.
Like, that one was... Yeah.
But once we get to, like, near max chain, this is going to be hitting for 6-9.
Yeah, like sometimes you don't get a max or like a good damage roll, and so it can be like 960,000. Yeah, but see, there's 6 9s.
And so we appreciate the damage that Snow and Lightning do, but Vanille is doing most of the damage here by herself.
So it's like snow and lightning between the two of them. Oh well,
Sure, and
trapezohedron. Pog.
Nice.
Start.
One more.
6 9s. Let's go.
Where are you on CP at the moment, by the way?
I can do one more before. Oh, there's Lore Master. I can do one more before. I'm at 680k.
Yeah. That's what we expected to get Lore Master at this point.
Yep.
And the other trophy
Either
we
here
should
or on Gigantor or on mission 16.
Yeah.
I can do this.
The other trophy
If
we
we
got there
don't
was
get it by then, you have to do the backup of the treasure hunters.
Yeah. So the summon fight or the summonless fight is a little more involved. We're gonna start by casting Protectra and Shelra on Vanille and Lightning. The reason for this is because Lightning will, similar to the other fights, shit, what am I doing? She will not cast in spells until the entire party has some form of protected shell. So we go ahead and help her out by casting Protectra and Shelra on Vanille and Lightning. And it's also just nifty because those are really good defensive buffs. Yeah, we're going to debuff the legs. They're a little tankier than the regular Toys legs. So, wait. Oh, I didn't get... Shit. I forgot to get in fire. I was like, that did not do much damage.
Yeah, ideally a combo for death one-shots the leg or at least gets close.
Yeah, and like that's kind of the reason that we also want to get poison, is so that if it does leave a little bit of damage, we can just move on to the other leg and let poison kind of take care of it. And if necessary, we can go back and, like, you know, clean up. Also, it's interesting. Lightning and Snow will use AoE spells on the right leg, but not the left leg.
Weird.
Yeah,
Must be some funky stuff going on with hitboxes.
Yeah,
or...
Yeah, so we do need a medic for these fights just because...
adrenaline is important.
Yeah, adrenaline is important, and also... also just because, like, you know, especially if we get, like, a high damage roll on Ultima, then, like, we actually really just need the healing or we're gonna die.
You alright?
Yeah, ideally we want green HP on both Vanille and Snow.
But as long as Vanille has it, that's the most important thing.
Yeah, like, Vanille is the one who really needs it. Like, Snow's gonna do a bit less damage with no adrenaline, but, like, it's not that big of a deal. Now, you're gonna see that we're doing a handful of deaths before Stagger. Whoops. Shit. Pay attention. We do a handful of deaths before Stagger. The reason for that is because if we go straight into Stagger, we actually won't be able to deal enough damage. So we have to kind of even though we're not doing as much damage outside of Stagger, we're doing enough that it makes the actual kill in Stagger a lot more consistent. Because I don't know if we actually really talked about Stagger duration, but a Stagger is, the longest Stagger length is going to be 45 seconds, and so from the time we Stagger, we have 45 seconds to kill. So without kind of that extra damage beforehand, that's not always going to be super realistic.
Yeah, and doing deaths at 600 something % chain isn't that much worse than at 900%.
It's gonna, yeah, it's still gonna be hitting for like 900 or like 700,000 or so.
It's better than doing the Stagger right away and then being back to 100% afterwards.
Yeah, exactly.
You see
Two
how tight that
trapezohedrons, let's go.
Let's
Holy
go!
crap.
Gaming.
2 for 2. Finally, some turtles being nice.
Nice.
And I do also want to point out how close that kill is when you do the no summon strat, because you saw that he was getting up as he was dying.
Yeah, that's pretty common with the no summon strat, but you're more than likely he's more than likely still going to die before he actually gets up. Yeah, so I want to go ahead and do Christ, I guess. Well, damn, now that 200,000 CP I burned actually does hurt. That's okay.
Rip.
Yeah, I guess we're gonna see now how close we are.
Yeah,
it's the last
so
thing we need is the
21
CP.
for-
We
okay,
thought
so
we
we're
were going
eight-
to overflow, but
we're
turns out not
800.
really.
830,000 from max.
So
So
that's
that's
5?
no, that's 7.
That's,
Or well,
yeah, right.
okay, we get like 63k from the last few missions. That yeah, it's still gonna be 7. That's not gonna save one.
All right.
Are you going to do Shaolongs for the rest of the CP?
Yeah,
Aww.
I mean that's gonna be a lot faster. Like Longwees are much slower CP.
Well, we could still showcase both fights, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, that's true. But we
The
got a
summon strat and no
summonless.
summon strat.
Yeah, so we still got one of each. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that was very lucky because that drop is 27.5%,
Yeah, so-
and we got it twice in a row.
Yeah, so
So
2 for
that's-
2 is pretty good.
100% drop rate
After
on
everything else that's happened in this run, that was the least we could have expected from the game.
Oh,
Yeah, it was
I'll
just
point out-
saving it up.
That drop is less likely than all those ingots were per toys.
Yeah, true.
And we got terrible drop rates on those, and we got 2 for 2 on this, so, you know.
Yup. It's funny, RNG is funny. Like, I swear the game just has a mind of its own sometimes.
At this point, that was basically it for all the RNG. Like, we've got everything now except for
Yeah.
a little bit of CP, and now it's just finishing that
Yeah.
off.
And Xiaolongs,
we-
of course, are still kind of random
Yeah, I mean,
fights, but
Xiaolongs are still Xiaolongs, so you'll still have
Yeah.
some random deaths maybe, but in terms of, like, we're done with all the random drops now. We've got everything.
yes.
So, can now confidently say that this run will indeed be coming in underestimate by quite a bit still.
Mhm. Probably sub 17, maybe not. I don't know.
Maybe not quite, but comfortably sub 18 at the very least.
Oh yeah, it's definitely gonna be a sub 18.
As long as I don't do any big oopsies on Treasure Hunter.
Yeah.
But I feel pretty confident with Treasure Hunter, so. Equipment might be good.
Yeah.
So I've heard.
Okay, so I just need the growth egg, so I'll put that on Fang. I'll give, these to, Power Gloves instead. Growth egg and yeah, I think you're right, Dorks. I don't know, it's gonna be close.
I think this run won't be so 5.
Probably about an hour left, probably a little more. It should be under 18, or like barely over 18, if not. Definitely coming under estimate, no question.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, Serena.
Hello.
Hey,
I
Shark.
am here to remind you to save before Treasure Hunter menu, and now I must go. My planet needs me.
I guess I will. I really don't like safety saving before Treasure Hunter, but since it's a marathon, I will.
That's literally all I have to contribute, so it's been a great run, and y'all are doing a wonderful job.
Great. Thank
Thanks, Sharky.
Thanks.
Thank
fun,
you,
guys.
Sharky.
you. Much
Later.
appreciated.
You can do it.
Thank you.
Feel kind of bad because I haven't actually contributed much after the any percent run.
It's all
After the
good.
any percent part started. Like,
I mean,
Fine, that
you've been fine. Like, you've been asking questions and stuff. Like, and just like kind of making some general comments about the game. Like I don't really think everyone needs to be like super knowledgeable about Plat for good commentary.
Don't want to lose, do ya?
I'm honestly just impressed that you're able to do this all without, you know, the pauses that the rest of us have taken. Like, I slept for like 6 hours, and everyone's gotten food at least once.
I mean, I've been snacking constantly.
yeah, and asking what to snack on.
Yeah. After I rediscovered these soft-baked oatmeal squares, though, I kind of haven't even touched the Nutri-Grain bars. These squares are just too fucking good.
Don't want to lose, do ya?
No. Bad Shalon.
How many are you left?
6.
6 more, Melodia, until we are done with TP. So any drops we get from this point forward are just bonuses. We
Yeah,
don't
or just
really
a
need them.
safety net in case I have any oopsies. But
Poor Steven missed like the entire Longwy grind.
It was really short.
yeah,
it
the
was-
entire.
I mean, yeah,
I like
it was
how you say
fine.
the entire. Like, it was,
I mean, I'm not wrong though.
I mean, you're right. Just the implication of the word entire is funny in this context.
There were like, what, 4 of them?
2.
Oh,
Two.
Literally,
Oh, only 2?
literally 2 fights, 2
Yeah.
Hedrons.
Yeah. Hmm.
Also, mad respect to Zwanze and Pharaoh, who have both been here basically the whole run.
Well, if I want to run this,
Like
I
I
need
said.
to start gaining some
I mean-
traction for it. So
I mean, I know you said you were planning to. I just
I
like
said
Matt.
the other day I have nothing else going on today, and I'm gonna be watching the run anyway. Like,
Fog.
I like commentating this game.
Yeah, sure.
It's my pleasure.
and I just really like this game, so I like talking about it.
Yeah.
Too. And since I've been so involved in the category anyway,
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I just like commentating. It's fun.
Yeah,
Games are great. Fun is great.
you're great.
Aww.
You're breathtaking.
Yo, it comes out next week. So I'm not sure if I'm gonna buy it release day or not.
oh boy.
Yeah, I got a little scary, but we're good. I would like just one more gold nugget just for a safety net, because I'm pretty sure I did the math right, but
And also, I know I said it, you know, like, I don't know, 12 hours ago or something. at this point. But if anybody like wants to learn any of the runs with this game, you know, any percent, plat, all missions, whatever. Like,
Shroudless?
Shroud. Well,
Okay,
maybe
not Shroudless.
Not shroudless.
Maybe not Shroudless. We even have Dodgeless if you're up for that. But you know, join. If you go to speedrun.com, you look at the Discord
Here you go.
link there. Like, we have extensive notes for everything, and everyone is more than willing to help. You know, either for this game or any of the ones in the trilogy.
Yeah. Like,
I am preparing a little something for Flat, so...
yeah, like Pharaoh and Zwanzig both alluded to, we all just like talking about this game, so like we're always really happy to like help out new runners.
Yeah, and like the run is
Like,
a lot of fun, and it's
if,
really satisfying.
If
Yeah.
17 hours intimidate you, any percent for PC goes between 5 and 6, and on console it goes from 5 and a half
Oh
to 6
my
and a half.
god. Okay, this is fine. We can win this
Oh no.
You gotta win this.
still. Oh god, they're doing so little damage. Oh, this
We
is
gotta win
fine.
this.
No, this is fine. They're gonna smite. Double smite. Holy shit,
Are
that
they?
still didn't kill. Okay, how much HP is left? 77,000?
Wow, that's
Okay,
just
now it's-
pain.
It's like one combo. They can do
Yeah,
it.
okay.
Just too easy.
Fog.
Yay.
Perfect fight.
Absolutely nothing went wrong with that at all. Anyone who says otherwise is a liar.
I don't know
Hey,
how
we
that fight
didn't
could have
die.
been better.
You're mine. Not a problem. Get with the program. Don't
Well, I bet you think you're really special casting and fire on me every single fight.
I mean, the effect is cool. That's literally the only advantage.
Yeah, I mean, in Fire Days does look pretty sick, gonna be real. And Water Days would look cooler, but you know, whatever. We'll take what we can get. Oh, look at that sink.
I mean,
Holy shit.
Shroudless is kind of half already dodgeless.
I don't know about that.
That was a very tame Ultima.
Yeah.
Also, ranges are like so large.
Alright, we got a gold nugget. I'm feeling pretty safe about Gil. Alright, so 2 more Shadowlongs, Gigantor, Mission 16, Water Charm fight, Treasure Hunter, Talk to Bhakti, final bosses.
Dabon, Orphan.
Yeah.
I guess like the CPU lost from the forgetting to Crystarium earlier cost you like 1 or 2 more Shaolong fights
Yeah.
here.
Which, yeah, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
Well, that's because in Dodgeless Shroudless, you don't have to retry some of the bullshit dodges that we would normally decept in a run. Because, like, that's kind of a big part of why Shroudless is dumb, is there are dodges that are, like, super random, but, like, they're like, you can get them within a reasonable enough amount of time that it's usually going to be faster to just keep retrying rather than doing the fight. So that is why dodgeless Shroudless would probably be considered I mean, dodgeless anything is going to be easier than the non-dodgeless version. Like, when you think about it, you're going to be broken, you don't have to do dodges.
It's just casual percent basically.
Yeah. Avoid the Cactuar? No, I'm gonna have to fight it in a sec.
And if the Cactuar is the smaller ones, we don't really care about those.
Yeah. Definitely do not fight those. Oh, I just realized I used my last Gnar Stone, so I can't upgrade my collecting relic. That's fine.
Yeah, it just got offset by this extra gold nugget. Does the collector sell for a good amount?
It sells for...
1,000.
Okay, well, we got another gold nugget. It sells for 50,000. Yeah, because now that I thought about that, I was like, oh, that's actually maybe not great.
Last one?
I mean, I guess buying a Gnar Stone is still a net positive yield on Gil. Because that's 60,000 plus some change in components for a 70,000 increase in sale price.
Do you use the tier 3 weapons for the final fights? No, they give
Yeah,
way too much money.
Yeah, we are going to sell all of them for... We are only going to have everybody's starter weapons. Well, except Hope, who has the Nanerta.
Except Hope.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
the thing
we are
is,
going to upgrade the starter weapons to tier 2 because we have to,
Yeah.
and we use those, and that's it.
even after all of this grinding, we would still have to do a lot more grinding if we actually wanted to keep all the equipment.
Yeah, like...
Because we've grinded a lot of money, but most of that is just going to go into the initial buying. And then basically there's going to be a few rounds where we sell everything that we don't need to upgrade anymore, then buy whatever we need for the next round, upgrade a bunch of stuff, sell everything that we're done with, repeat until done. And since we want to optimize...
Another Ultima.
Since we want
I should have
to
renewed, that would have
optimize-
been big brain.
Since we want to optimize that process as much as possible, the last stuff that we actually end up keeping at the end is the stuff that doesn't sell for much.
Yeah.
And, that's
And that's just
generally...
a bunch of random accessories that aren't really useful for anything.
Yeah.
And sometimes we even sell those if we're short on getting all the perovskites in the last shop.
Yeah, like, do a 5th cycle. You're a bit short.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for hanging out.
Don't back down.
Do appreciate the support.
I guess we can explain Gigantor before
Yeah,
you do
we
it.
should explain Gigantor, and then we need to
It's
explain...
gonna be a pretty
We
quick
already
fight.
explained Treasure Hunters, so it's fine. So you want to go over Gigantor?
You go ahead.
Okay, so I've said it earlier, Gigantor doesn't really care about being aggroed. He will almost always just target the party leader no matter what. That's the main reason why we leave Snow for the fight.
I thought he only did that on 3 attacks out of the cycle.
Yeah, it's specific attacks out of his cycle where he will ignore or provoke and just always target the leader. But either way, it does mean that we're basically forced into leading with the Sentinel.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and make sure that I'm maxed on Crest before changing.
Yeah,
party.
Yeah, so Gigantor only really uses one attack, and that is 10,000 needles. The name is... No, it's 1,000 needles? Yeah, it's
10,000.
1,000.
It's 10,000.
It's 10,000.
It's 10,000,
Because it does
yeah.
10,000 damage without
Yeah,
reduction.
and it does 10,000 damage. It also has a very high chance of inflicting both pain and fog. That's the main reason why we upgraded the pain dampeners.
Oh yeah, I didn't mention
Xiaolong
that.
farming. Before Xiaolong farming, we are going to slap both of those on Snow, and that is basically to try and mitigate the pain infliction as much as possible, because that is what actually stops him from using the Sentinel abilities. After that, we are Yeah, the party for that fight is Fang, Snow, and Hope, and we use Hope specifically because the stats are lower than everybody else's. And what we want to do in the first part of the fight is just aggro the Gigantor and then Hope, Fang, and then, well, Pray, because whatever, Hope is Hope. But you need Fang to daze the Gigantor, because that's the only thing that will give you enough time for your synergists, which is going to be Fang and Hope, to actually put the buffs on everyone you need. We want Endfire on both Fang and Hope before we can continue. After they have Endfire, we can just use double comms with the Sentinel, of course, to actually kill it. We are going to use a very specific accessory setup as well. We are going to remove all stat boosting accessories, and we are going to put 2 Iron Bangles and the
Master
Gold
Seal,
Watch
nice.
on Fang.
So we are
minimize the target time and make sure we can actually reach it.
maximize the target time actually.
Yeah, maximize the target time and make sure we can actually reach it.
Yeah, for those who didn't see, we just got the
Master Seal.
yep, the final
The trophy for maxing Criteria on everyone.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, because the tricky thing about this fight is not surviving and killing it at this development, it's 5-starring it. And that's why we need this very specific setup that maximizes damage without getting the target time down too much.
yeah. We are gonna put 1 max power glove on Fang.
Which
That's
is
still pretty safe.
the only thing.
Yeah, it's the only stat boosting thing we equip. Holy shit, my brain is so checking out right now. I'm struggling to find these accessories. Okay, that should be right. Yeah, Snow's other stuff doesn't matter.
Yeah, we put a bunch of fire items on Hope, which all just like synthesize extra fire damage, so he gets fire damage plus 50%.
But that doesn't increase his stats, so it doesn't affect the target time.
Exactly.
And we also put 2 Iron Bangles on Fang. Same reason we did it for Atticus. It synthesizes a high HP power surge, which not only gives her a huge boost in damage, but also does not increase her actual strength stat, and thus does not increase the target time or decrease. Sorry.
So even with all of
we are
this,
just hoping that Fang inflicts daze as fast as soon as possible. It is the only debuff you can inflict on it.
Yeah.
And now we go to planning 2 synergists and wait until they are done with firing everyone. And we also need Bravera and Petra from Fang to make the fight faster. And now we just use double bombs.
Yeah, and then Snow's just gonna be chilling
Yeah.
in Metagard.
While Fang and Hope actually kill this thing.
Fang is kind of dumb sometimes, and she gets confused if Gigantor's on the ground or in the air, so sometimes she'll jump all the way up and then like drop all the way down like mid-string.
right now she's actually doing pretty
Yeah.
well with that. Normally she's a lot more confused.
Yeah.
This is actually really good.
Yeah, for sure.
That wasn't so bad.
And that's Gigantor.
Yep.
No RIC bullshit for this fight.
Yeah, I mean, you can get like a 4-second fight with like RIC, but yeah, no.
I know that's the most common casual strat for that fight, is just random
Yeah.
instant chain. Oh yeah, that's also a trophy. Defeating Gigantor gives you Fluorophobe.
Alright, so this is the last mission. We only have 5 battles left in the run, plus
Again,
the Treasure Hunter menu.
The only reason we do this mission last is because it's just right next to Gigantor.
So we're
And
gonna
there's just not much
It's
you can
really
do
just
with
convenient.
So this is going to be our team for the end game, and we're going to use these paradigms for the rest of the end game. We're pretty overpowered for everything we have left to fight, so like we don't really have to put too much work into equipping stuff, but I kind of like to put on a couple things. Filter's good. And then, yeah, hope doesn't matter.
We did Shaolongs primarily for CP grind, but also to get at least 5 Dark Matters, which we actually got exactly 5.
Yeah.
No, I mean, these missions would not have been enough if I hadn't, or if I had fought even one less Xiaolong. The missions that remain wouldn't have been enough to max Christ. That's calculated.
Yeah, these missions don't give nearly as much.
Yeah, like Gigantor is pretty good. It's like 40,000 with growth egg.
Treasure
and then,
Hunter is a very long menu.
Yeah, and then
And we are going to keep quiet during it because it's very complex. And if you mess up anything, it's a dead run.
I don't care if you guys like commentate. I won't say anything because I need to focus. But like, it wouldn't distract me if you want to like.
Yeah, we'll talk a bit about it, but I mean, there's only so much to say. A lot of it is just going to be putting things into things.
A lot of it's just self-explanatory. Yeah. Did we already do it? No. It's coming up here in a bit. We have 2 more fights and then we're doing that.
You're just in time.
So a leading lightning for these last few fights is another thing about the new route. That in the past people have either led Saz or Fang.
Which are fine choices, but
Yeah.
lightning can do some
choices,
pretty slack.
but none
Well,
of them can do what lightning
I don't know. I
does
feel like
for Orphan One.
Yeah, I feel like Fang is a decent choice if you have at least a Genji glove left. If not, then like Braver and Faithra are just overkill. So I mean, you can still use High Wind, I guess, but yeah, that's still bad without a Genji glove. So. But yeah, with no Genji gloves, like Saz would be a decent choice, but Lightning.
We just did something completely different.
Yeah. Basically, as much as Saz has kind of been lagging behind, he kind of becomes God again when we don't have Genji gloves. Because his blitzes kind of just out damage everybody. Because everyone else is capped at way less.
Right, so these 2 fights are peanuts compared to everything we did up until now.
Yeah, this is kind of a... The last 5 fights are just an extended victory lap.
But what a victory lap it is.
True.
So we're just gonna Fire, Fang, and Lightning. We already have Bravery and Aced on both of them from accessories, so we're just gonna go straight to Serb and basically murder everything. Like, look at all these enemies. Look pretty scary, huh? Oh no, they might summon more. Yeah, kind of a meme.
Can you still die on Orphan 1? Yes, if you fail
yeah.
the threat.
If it takes a very long time to get poison and you don't have a medic in your deck, which I will not. Also, welcome to frame drop %.
Yeah, that was final mission. We're gonna now get a bunch of trophies for finishing these.
Yep.
Yeah, we should get Dorgan's trophy.
The one we really want to see
and
is
Wisdom Paragon.
Yeah.
New strategy.
Yeah. The Wolf's Grail and Wisdom Paragon should pop up in a bit.
Yep.
And that is the trophy notifying you that you have 5-starred every single mission in the game.
So this fight is just to get the last elemental charm, the water charm. There is one other water charm chest, but it is significantly worse than that fight, so... So yeah, now we're just gonna hop on a chocobo, head back to the step, and treasure hunter
Do
time.
the treasure hunter menu.
And I will do a safety save just because it's a marathon. Just know that I'm not happy about it.
Your unhappiness has been measured.
All right, thank you.
Alright, so 20-minute menu, right?
My
Ish.
my treasure hunter RTA PB was like 18 something, but it also depends on where. I don't know that we have a strict definition of where timing starts and ends.
Yeah, it's close to 20 minutes. It's the longest menu in
Timing
any
starts when you
category
start the
in this
menu,
game.
and
No,
timing
um,
ends when you end the menu.
No, we do
Seems
not.
pretty self-explanatory to
We do
me.
not do it at a save point in Erba because
It's out of the way.
There
it-
is
the-
no save
yeah, there's no
point
save point
that's
on the way.
convenient in the way to Boxy.
But we're gonna pass one. We're gonna pass one literally just on the way to the Waystone anyway, so we're just gonna use this one here. So yeah, we now have 34 of the 36 trophies. All that remain is Treasure Hunter, and then that will in turn unlock the Ultimate Hero trophy, which is the Platinum trophy. And then we'll all pog, and I'll go fight final bosses. And then we'll pog some more.
Yes.
Sounds like a plan to me.
Yeah.
We will
I-
plug
I-
the
I like-
strats that are in the final bosses.
Yeah, I like how this. I like
Yeah,
how it
Log
works.
had the little hand doing the stress for final bosses. He can explain once we get there.
Okay, so everybody now gets their default weapons because they are going to sell for the least amount of money, basically.
Oh. Right, sorry. Log is here now. Question.
Yeah.
Are you, in Hope Percent, are you allowed to switch to other characters to run with?
No. Fun
Alright,
fact:
That is the correct answer.
you have to switch to Hope, to run for every section where you can run as Hope, which includes the beginning of Chapter 12 and after Bahamut.
Wonderful. So, at the start here, we're selling everything that we don't necessarily need.
Oh, I
right now.
Yeah, I need to do accessories. That's all.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think you need to sell some more stuff. So everything that we don't need to bother upgrading, we're now going to sell. And keep everything that we still need for some to turn into something else. Again, reminder that the way Treasure Hunter works is you don't need to have every piece of equipment, you need to have had every piece of equipment. And that is the only reason this isn't a completely terrible category.
Yeah.
Otherwise it would be much,
Uh.
much worse.
Okay, now we should be good.
Alright, so we have 3.5 million gil here, so now she's going to spend the majority of that by buying a bunch of stuff that we didn't have yet. Mostly, we're going to start with the weapon. And some of those, these ones in Gilgamesh are the extremely expensive ones, largely, that we could have gotten as random drops from Fault Lords earlier, but we got none of those, so we have to buy all of them.
Classic.
Sadness.
That's a pretty large amount of the money that we have to spend here. Some more accessories that we're going to do stuff with later. You basically buy all of the equipment now that we don't have yet, and the rest of the shopping trips are just going to be for buying the components to upgrade them.
We also just buy a couple of accessories that we never pick up during the rest of the run. We are going to sell them immediately afterwards. Because we don't need to upgrade them. The
Oh, I
emotes
still
will
have
go
them in
into mine.
I'm so confused what happened. Okay, well I have them in Arstone, so we're good. Don't know what I was confused about before, but...
Which
Yeah.
items can you dismantle to get things you might have missed? I
I don't know what you mean by things you might have missed.
Yeah, this is all very calculated. There's nothing that was missed.
Ideally,
There shouldn't be.
things that you've missed are probably weapons or accessories, and you can just buy them. You don't need to. Oh no, wait! There is something you dismantle for items you can't get otherwise, and that's the charms.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, to be fair, we could have gotten those in another way. It's just there's not really a super convenient way to get those rings. We just get them this way.
So she's starting by upgrading some of these things that are gonna like dismantle into some neat stuff, and the connoisseur catalog, which will sell for a lot of money later.
Do you know what happened? Maybe
Here's the
or
Genji
maybe
glove.
you didn't buy the collector catalog on the side.
No, I
swap?
definitely did. I remember. So I don't know.
Okay.
I'll think about it. This is obviously a simple
Yeah,
explanation
right
for it.
now
I'm just
right now there's more important things. Never mind. More important things happening.
So the Genji gloves here, it's important to max these out and then dismantle them. This will give us some random stuff and a trapezohedron each. The trapezohedrons, again, very important. We need 6 of them total. We got 3 of them as random drops from Toys and Glees. If we had to farm 6 of them, that would be significantly worse, so luckily we can get 3 of them just for these Genji glove dismantles. Now that we've got that out of the way, it's going to be weapon upgrade city for quite a while. We've got to get the tier versions of every single weapon. Every character has, I think, 6 or 7 different 8 different weapons.
yeah.
So that's 48 different weapons, most of which we've not gotten yet. And we only need to get them to tier 2 for the most part, and then for every character we need to get one of them to tier 3. So yeah, that's now going to take a while. And while she does this, I want to remind you all that she has memorized this entire thing, knows exactly how many components she needs to put into each into each item, and is doing this all without notes. So just take a step back and appreciate how impressive this all is.
If I don't screw up.
There's a reason her PB for this menu is only 18 minutes and not like 40.
Blindfold the treasure hunter is
I
possible just because of the sort button, but it's very, very scary.
I mean, I wouldn't do it in a run. I would possibly learn that just as like a gimmick, just for fun. But I don't know when I'm gonna have time for that. No. Wait. Oh, that's right.
Yeah, Cloud, we dismantled Genji gloves for the other 3.
Which is why light lead Final Bosses 2 is actually a thing.
I mean, even if you had
Yeah, on second thought, I
Genji
don't actually
gloves,
know.
we probably still use lightly just because it's so swag.
Yeah.
That is very true.
While you're not wrong, I don't quite know if you're right.
Well, if you had a Genji glove and a functional strat that worked with Fang that could get Merciless Judgment skip using High Wind, I probably never would have come up with the strat.
So again, the pattern for all these upgrades is put in organics to drive up the multiplier, put in mechanical components to max it out, and then use a catalyst to turn it into the next thing. The thing changing name is what we're after. We don't care about...
It wasn't the route that was slower, it was just Serena had just PB'd with that time, so... With the 18 hours, I think.
Yeah.
Also, Cloud, you can get Strepsiohedrons from both Genji gloves and max tier 3 weapons, just that the Genji gloves are a lot cheaper to max than a max 3 weapon, than a tier 3 weapon.
Tier 3 weapons are ridiculously expensive to max out.
Yeah,
Oh,
not worth it.
Takes like
Hundreds of thousands or like 1 million, like that order of magnitude just
I
to max.
believe even after selling off all the components you get from maxing it out, the cheapest way to trap duplicate still takes like 1.3 million.
Yeah. it's not
Might
a
be
great.
1.2. I don't know.
Oops.
Not gonna eat you.
Why does he say that?
Sorry.
I also need to upgrade the.
So we're nearly done with the first cycle through this. I guess this is the last thing.
Now we are going to sell.
Yeah, so
we are going to
looks
sell most of these.
yeah, we ran through most of all that money we grinded earlier, but now we're gonna get a bunch of it back by selling off everything that we just upgraded. So this is the tragedy of flat percent, is we're getting every piece of equipment in the game, and we get to keep almost none of it. Because we need to sell off everything constantly in order to get the next thing. Because again, if we actually wanted to keep all the equipment, we would have to farm several times the amount of gil that we already do. Which is why
equipment and have to sell, then have to keep it.
Which is why probably most casual players remember grinding a lot more, because, you know, they probably don't want to sell off everything. But
I know
it's
I
just,
didn't.
it's just the efficient way to do it.
Gotta go fast.
You just want to get the trophy. Now, doing the menuing nearby is slower, because the save point there is out of the way.
Wait.
There is a save point, it's just out of the way.
Hi, Bofty.
Yeah, and obviously casuals are a lot less efficient with the upgrading itself also. True. If you're talking purely gil, the best gil grind in the game is actually the one we did earlier at the sacrifices. We only did that for Scarletites mostly because the CP gain from that fight is pretty poor relative to all the other farming we do, and CP is kind of like the biggest deal. Like, it was the last thing we needed when we were done with all the other farming, so even with how much other stuff we need, CP is pretty important, so sacrifices are not that great for that, so we only farm them for the Scarletites and whatever incidental guild we get along the way. But in terms of pure guild grinding, those are actually the best.
Question for commentators: favorite character and enemy or boss?
Hang and hang.
Favorite character
Mine
Sad.
also Fang.
My favorite character is Hope.
Oh.
That's going to be a controversial opinion. Favorite fight in the run's probably PC2 or PC1.
Favorite fight, favorite
Orphan
bosses,
one.
Orphan 1.
Yeah, that's
But
pretty good.
80% Orphan 1.
Favorite enemy is hard. Like, in any percent, my favorite fight is Bart 1. I don't know. I do kind of have a soft spot for Versi. I think he's pretty fun.
Yeah, Versi's pretty poggers.
Versi is good in plot. I don't
Well,
really enjoy the fight in all missions. It's a
Yeah,
bit of
yeah.
a fiesta.
Yeah, true.
Versi's weird.
Where's my thing?
True. I am a man of culture.
Oh yeah, for all missions, my favorite mission is the custard mission in Cold Warrens. because I just really like Brynhildr. It's a shame that it's not really a good summon.
I mean, I like the double Raktavisha mission because that fight is like that strat is kind of my baby for all missions, but
Yeah, I feel like
Like-
that's the general
like,
trend
I
I see with
do-
people's
I do
favorite
talk a
fights.
lot.
It's like
I
oh,
do talk a lot about 55, but I know when I've already felt how bullshit 55 actually is. So what genuine answer is the custard mission, but I do really like 55 as well, just because of how personally involved I was with that
yeah,
strat.
like that's why 45 is one of my favorites because I found the the Quake strat, which was pretty poggers.
Yeah, and I should take advantage too. Big shout outs to Raging Cloud for actually telling me if early 55 was possible. The only thing I did was refine the strats that already existed to make it as consistent as possible.
I can tell you though, nobody likes Gigantor. I mean, some people like the strats for like the strats in all missions in Plat are pretty neat actually.
Just nobody wants to
Um,
fight them or fight him.
Yeah, Gigantor is just a dumb enemy. Like
I
we
got a
have
nice 4-second Gigantor once. It was really fun.
Yeah, we were mentioning that a minute ago.
Oh, really? I missed it.
I think somebody said something about RIC and
Me.
yeah. Wait, what did I miss? I missed a vanilla weapon or a let's see, something in here. Alicanto.
Ala canto.
Now I'm nearly done with the weapons. There's going to be one more trip into the shop to get some stuff to finish those off. I think it's largely because some of these last ones require adamantites. If I
Yeah.
recall correct.
Yeah, and those are almost all used for accessories, but a couple of weapons also use adamantite.
Yeah, there's
Adamantite. It's the most expensive accessory that we actually bother buying, simply because you can't get it any other way.
Wait, what am I doing?
Dark matters, though, you can get from Xiaolongs, which is quite nice, since they're also really good for CP.
And you
Yep.
should never ever buy Trepsahedrons. They are way too expensive.
In Plat, my favorite fight is probably Orphan 1, both of them, since one of them is a
Yeah.
Hope Lead fight,
In
and the
Plat,
other
my
one...
favorite fight is definitely Orphan 1.
Yeah.
Right.
One's Hope Lead, and the other one is
Why am I dumb?
Glorious Strat.
Yeah, okay.
And one nice thing about doing this without notes is that you don't have to remember what catalysts to use on things, since the game will just gray everything else out other than the catalyst you need.
Yeah.
So that's helpful at least. And here's the Adamant Bangle upgrade, which is pretty much the most expensive upgrade we do. We need 4 entire ultra compact reactors and a dark
Rest
matter.
for it.
And then yeah, here we're doing all the dark matter upgrades. Those go into some of the more expensive accessories, like getting the Kaiser knuckles and the Magistral crest and such.
Yeah,
On
we
the Lord side
also
back.
go ahead and max the super ribbon, even though it doesn't upgrade to anything else, just because it dismantles into some like pretty good value stuff to sell. Which, like, in theory, if you know you're good on Gil, you can skip that. But I don't really know how to know if I am.
So we're now done with
We are
all
done
of the
with
weapons.
weapons, and now we are going to go into
The
the
final.
accessories.
Accessories.
Yeah, this should be the last shopping menu.
Yep, unless I'm short for perovskites.
So all that's left now is cheap accessories. We need a bunch of perovskites to
Alright, we're
upgrade them. This is where most of the money goes now. And we ended up
1,900.
1,905 gil over. Wow, really?
Well, I bought.
Did you just max out your perovskites, or?
Yeah, I bought 2 perovskites I didn't need.
Oh, okay.
Just 'cause-
So we're like 60,000 over.
Yeah. And
That's still pretty
theoretically,
good.
yeah, theoretically I could have gotten by with even less because I could go in and sell some of this stuff, but
Right.
yeah, like still pretty
Ideally,
close.
but you know, if you're a little bit short, you can sell off some of this last stuff. Like none of this sells for a ton, so at
Yeah.
this point you should be like,
Very
if you're
close.
really still massively short at this point, you've got a problem. Especially if you realize this, like if you realize at this point during the menu, oh, I don't have enough money, you've got a problem because you've just sold off or dismantled all your most useful equipment. Like all we have left at this point is the default weapons at tier 2 and status and elemental resistance accessories, because those are just the things that sell for the least amount, so they're not worth selling.
Yep.
So we do them last. And they're cheap to upgrade.
I kind of like how
Also-
this menu works. We put 15 barb tails or vibrant oozes into each of these things, and to help keep track of where I am in the menu, if it's an accessory on the right side, I use vibrant oozes, and then if it's on the left side, I use barb tails. Because I would always like forget if I had to go left or right or up or down, or not up,
Yeah.
but yeah.
You can just basically pay attention to his remaining components. They should pretty much entirely run out, except for the perovskites.
Yeah, 2 perovskites.
By the time this menu is done. At this point, it becomes very easy because everything basically takes the same stuff
Yeah.
until the final few.
Yeah, the last 5 are just 1 superconductor perovskite.
Yeah, Cloud, we did talk about the difference between organic and mechanic components. A long while ago, but we did.
Yeah, like
Mechanic
probably
component
13 hours
give
ago at this
XP.
point.
But reduce your EXP modifier not below 1, and organic components don't give too much EXP, but raise your EXP modifier up to 3.
And we're nearly done. The last couple here, just the superconductor and a perovskite. And that is pretty much a successful treasure hunter menu, or at least it
Yeah.
should be.
I did have
Boxy will
one.
be the final arbiter, but
I did have 1 oopsie, but didn't cost me too much. I just had to go back in and do an extra shop to buy like 9 superconductors.
And that's the 2 perovskites, that's...
and
extra.
done.
Now
So
we
now
just
that
need to
that's
talk to
done,
Bhakti.
Yeah.
Hey Kaya.
our
He has
friend
been
Bhakti-
here for a while.
Oh,
Our friend Bhakti will tell us
we do not
whether or
equip a
not-
cherub's crown, no.
No.
Basically, there's nearly no chance of progenitorial wrath even going off on lightning, and if it does, we can usually just summon sooner. Yeah, like unless your debuffs are very, very, very extraordinarily bad, that really shouldn't even be a possibility.
Yeah. So the scariest thing, if you're not super confident in your routing and menuing, is this right here. Like, 'cause
Yeah.
if Bhakti tells you somewhere out there something treasure remains to be found,
Oops.
then it's just, oh, what did I miss?
Yeah.
But we should be good here,
Yeah, we
fingers
got it.
crossed.
You have an
Yeah.
accomplished treasure hunter.
And just any second now, the final trophy pop-ups.
Pog. Pog, 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 pog.
Hog, treasure hunter,
Ultimate hero.
ultimate hero.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
GG.
Not GG yet.
That-
but
And that is the platinum trophy. So all that remains
Spiritual
now
GG.
is to go finish off the final bosses one last time, just because ending the category here would just be anticlimactic. We
Yep.
want to do some swag strats on these final bosses. Sadly, we have crap equipment now. We would be able to do them much faster if we'd kept stuff, but you know, as I said, not worth
Prep
keeping.
equipment makes it more fun because it means that you get to rely on Eidolons.
yeah.
And Lightning's Eidolon is Odin, and Odin is very cool.
And extremely busted.
Especially at level 16.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Odin's finisher can do
Uh,
like an effective amount of around 1.6 million damage.
So I wasn't listening too much. Did you explain like the orphan strat? How it's gonna work?
No,
No, we didn't.
yeah.
Log, we will leave the honor to you.
Yeah.
I don't want to spoil it.
I don't know.
I mean, I feel like it
It's a
just
great
needs
strat.
explaining because I feel like people who don't
I
run this
guess-
game won't really understand
I mean,
why it's cool.
I guess we should like explain the way Orphan is supposed to work. Really,
I think that's good.
the way every Orphan strat in other categories and the first fight that we did earlier in this run play out is when you fight Orphan 1, he starts off with Merciless Judgment, and he will use it again either after his stagger ends or when he hits, it's, what is it, 40% health?
It's 40%, yeah.
It's
40%
40%.
And there's no way to prevent him from doing that, except
Less.
Unless.
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 Well, there's actually two ways. One of them you'll see, but the other way is just brute forcing it with a high wind.
Right. If you can
deleting
do
his
enough,
entire HP bar.
yeah, if you can tear through his remaining HP like while he's doing a move or something like that, then yeah, it can be done. But
I mean-
we've not got the
Sure, the
equipment.
last boss is worth a trophy, it's just we already got it.
Yeah, we actually did get a specific trophy for 5-starring the final boss and for finishing the game. Both of those give trophies, but we got those earlier because again, we needed to finish the final bosses once before this to unlock the stage 10 Crystarium so that we could, max out the Crystarium, which is also a trophy.
Shout out to Millennial 1, which actually looks really cool.
Yeah, this is also something that's like used nowhere else in speedruns.
Except
Light,
for here.
Light Fang Hope percent.
Yep.
Or sorry, Light Fang Vanille.
Which we do have a route for. It is a very old route, but it is still a route.
Anyway, enjoy this nerd
54.
getting destroyed.
Yeah, enjoy Orphan 1. Orphan 1 is really cool.
Honestly, one of
Yeah.
my favorite things about this strat is just how the whole squad just hastes themselves at the start. It looks so swaggy.
So yeah, normally in all the other fights, we do like one stagger to get down the first 60% health and then just kind of take down the remaining 40%, whatever way works best. But we're actually gonna one stagger this fight,
If all goes well.
if all goes well, which it should.
Yeah. What am I doing? So, Lightning is the only character with poison on this team, so we're gonna just spam nothing but poison with her until it sticks, and Fang is going to work. Okay, we got it. Fang is going to work on D-Shell, Imperil, and D-Protect, and then we are going to help with it as well. debuffs? Okay. Yeah, you really want them all before stagger, ideally. If you get some like right after stagger, it's usually probably fine, but...
You can't actually usually see Army of One here because the camera pans out in a really weird way because it also wants to get orphaned.
Just before we trigger Merciless Judgment.
I'm gonna have to be careful. I couldn't build any Gestalt, so I might need to stall a bit while Poison ticks. Actually, no, we're good.
So the trick here is that no enemy can actually do anything while Gestalt is active. So we're free to just push Orphan as far as we want and then kill with the ridiculous amount of damage that Zantac deals.
Get
That's the
absolutely dunked on. I love that strat so much.
It's so
I
good.
love the
It's
trap.
so sweet.
Just clowning on him with the summon finisher.
And then the kill just looks really swag.
It's like
Yeah.
half the speed of any percent ish.
Cloud is losing his mind right now.
Oh.
Alright, and we just killed this twerp really,
Yeah, it's
really
kind of
fast.
This fight's kind of painful, saying that all the damage cap that we just can't do any damage because no Genji gloves. But
Yeah,
He's still-
normally it would be so easy to deal like hundreds of thousands of damage if only we had Genji gloves.
Yeah.
So it's barely even worth getting like some buffs and debuffs because we're just gonna hit the cap pretty easily.
yeah, we get Deprotect and we Bravery Light, and that's it. Fang doesn't
Yeah.
need Bravery because she caps out damage without it. Sometimes slaps happen.
So slow.
You made it in time for the last 30 seconds of the run, Curtis. And
And
GG.
And
17:36 is only missed world record by an hour and 20 minutes.
Not bad.
No, I mean for the kill drops, I'll take it.
Yeah, and like considering how long the run is, like percentage-wise, that isn't bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good run.
Nice.
Hour and a half underestimate is nothing to
We're
scoff
here
at.
to stop him. We've come to save Cocoon, right?
Yeah, I mean the estimate was kind of a meme, but yeah.
It's flat percent. Literally anything and everything can go wrong.
True.
I mean, like, stuff could have gone considerably more wrong. Like, the Longguis came out in real clutch.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, the long whiz came out
The
really
homie
clutch.
is
Also, since you've got a lot of time, can we convince you to sing?
no.
Oh.
Sorry.
Darn.
The first time I'm gonna
Straight up
sing the credit
denied.
song, it's not gonna be to 600 people. Yeah, thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. We all had a great time. I was definitely I was definitely about to be a salty rage monster with those ingot drops in the towards the end there, but like the Longguis instantly put me in a better mood, so yeah, and huge shout outs to all the commentators. So let's see, who all commentated today? We had Zwanzig, Pharaoh, Log, Titan. Sharky popped in for a second. Wally.
No, I missed Sharky.
He was here for like
Here
a
really
minute,
fast.
yeah. And oh yeah, Lud.
Lud also came here.
Nice.
Wishes can come
Yeah, we
true,
kind of got a bit of everybody, or
Yeah.
of most people.
but
Yeah.
not if you just wait for miracles.
Yeah, most of the active community.
Miracles
Yeah, for sure.
are things we make for ourselves.
Well, yeah, that was fun.
Here,
This was
now.
this was my first solo run in a marathon, so I had a really good time.
Fun watching, fun commentating.
Yeah, this was amazing.
Like, I love
I
this
really
game.
liked it.
And this category, like, it was just really good to have an opportunity to show it off. I may do more runs of this category in the future, but I'm ready to take a break for a bit. I got some unfinished business in other games.
Unfortunately, Battle for Bikini Bottom Hundo is not nearly long enough for this marathon.
Yeah. Especially if I get sub 120.
We appreciate you, Kaya.
Oh yeah. World-class SpongeBob runner. I mean, technically.
Yeah, you have time to do like a SpongeBob run right now, right?
No, that's true. I don't want to. I also like have not been able to get it to work. I've not been able to get the FPV to work with my HDMI or my HD capture card. So like if I wanted to stream that, I'd have to like set up my CRT and like my GB USB 2 and stuff. So yeah. I'm I would love to take that opportunity, but I'm just so out of it. I need to eat.
Alright, well, Zwanzig, you want to stream the early game of FF9 for an hour and a half?
No, I think they got some. I think Dine's gonna do
They
Dragon
already did it.
Quest.
Music starts and there's no one to sing. Feels bad, man.
Oh, you can sing, Pharaoh.
No, I can't. I'll be desynced.
Oh, true.
Yeah, we're
Awkward.
like, I'm like 20 seconds behind.
Well, I mean, oh yeah, never mind. Yeah,
Wake
yeah.
up.
Nah, no singing. I'm sorry. I'm too shy.
Cutting at the song.
This
for
is
the
me
end.
IRL.
Well, that'd be now.
Oh
so
yeah,
bye,
fair.
everybody.
All right, bye.
Hello everyone, my name is Zell. I am the owner, operator, etc. of the Lulu Marathon. Thank you very much for coming in. So we'll we'll have a filler run in between the schedule of Jurade and Porter. we'll be getting Dragon Quarter, any percent. It'll take a little bit to set up because setting up from scratch takes just a little bit of time. Thank you very much for your patience. So, thank you. Make sure to follow the runners. And as a reminder, if you have a run that you'd like to submit to a really Lonathon, then you should do that because we have a marathon. If you go to the Discord, there's information. We're doing a fundraiser just after GDQ, so please feel free to submit to that. Thank you very much. I am going to get set up now. Enjoy the music. We'll be running an ad. The ad is only going to happen during breaks, so do not worry about mid-rolls or anything like that. I would never do that to you guys.